Hello, boys and girls. Oh, come on in, come on in. I look like I've been crying. My eyes are all pink. I haven't, I swear. Not today. I put an eye drop in, so my eyes were nice and moist before the stream. How is everyone today? Me good? Let's go. Yo, Lala Lady, Atala. What's that by your name in Twitch chat? What is that? Is that a goddamn sword? That's kind of sick. We like swords here. Every day, but especially today. Especially today, we like swords here. Because I'm getting the opportunity to do something very, very cool. Is that a euphemism? Not this time. No, today it's quite literal. Quite literally, we like swords. No hidden meaning there. Because today, GG, we're gonna be making some swords. We're gonna be smithing, hammering away bits of metal, sharp, pointy edges. Oh, you dingus, William. William forgot to turn off the FPS counter from when he was testing video settings for this stream. Please allow William to go turn off the FPS counter. I just wanted to make sure it played nice with my OBS. I do it for all the games. Right, so the deal today is we are going to be playing Bladesong, a swordsmithing game for which I have been given a code from the developers, which gives me early access to a tech demo playtest that will be live on Sunday, the 4th of February. So we're going to be playing some of that, which is really cool. I would like to say thank you to the Bladesong team and Sun and Serpent for providing me with a code. It's very, very cool. You did not have to. I'm a very small streamer. But it was nice of you that you did. So yeah, we're going to be playing this. And I've had a little tiny play. I was gonna not really touch it at all and do it all on stream. And I mentioned that in the Discord server, and the developer who I've been, the member of the development team who I've been in contact with, went, I would really recommend at least taking a cursory look at stuff. So I went, okay, I'm going to go take a look at the stuff then, because if the developer's telling me to do that, I should probably go and hit some buttons, right? And I'm glad I did, because in my experience of like my 40 minutes playing with it or something, were a lot of going, what does this want me to do? Oh, that's what it wants me to do. And as soon as I clicked what it wanted me to do, I was like, oh, this is so easy and intuitive. So that was pretty cool. It just took me a minute to clock on a certain thing, because I'm not really an artistic type. I'm not good at it, but I do like swords. So yes, once again, this is Bladesong. This is a tech demo, a play test, It will be public access on February 4th. On my screen here, it says 10 p.m. my local time. I don't know if that's 10 p.m. everyone's local time, or if it's specifically telling me that in my time zone it will be 10 p.m. I'm going to assume that. So for my Europeans in chat, it would be 11 p.m. on Sunday. Any Americans, you're on your own. I don't know. Yes, Bladesong, tech demo, playtest. It will be public access. I've been given an early code, trying to disclose that very upfront. Thank you very, very much to Sun and Serpent and the Bladesong team. If you like the look of this game and would like to play it earlier than February 4th, because I think I said the 2nd a minute ago, and that's wrong. It's February 4th. If you would like to play it on the 2nd, the Bladesong team have started a campaign where for every goal that you meet of this, the playtest will start an extra 12 hours earlier. So 2 days, the 2nd of February. These include, if they get, as of like sometime last night, a total of 300 new followers and wish lists on Steam. That's one. 200 new subscribers to the newsletter. That's another 12 hours. 200 new subscribers to the YouTube. That's another 12 hours. And 200 new followers on Twitter. That's another 12 hours. For every one of those goals that are met, this game will be available just a little bit earlier, and that's cool. Otherwise, the playtest is publicly available from February 4th to February 11th. And you'll get to make some swords. I'm going to go ahead and... Ooh, I should pull up my stream elements so I can see the new commands I made. Or I can ask one of my lovely moderators, while I'm pulling this up, to drop the command that gives a link to where you can follow the game, please. While I quickly pull up my chat commands, because I made 3. I just need to look at them. Yeah. I've got it. That one. If you are interested in following the game anywhere at all, that is the place to do it. It has a lot of links on that there website. You can, the third one along is the newsletter, for anyone that wants to subscribe to that. Otherwise, you've got Steam, Discord, newsletter, Twitter, YouTube, Reddit, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. And they post little gameplay snippets now and then. Because we are not playing a demo of, like, the full game today. We are explicitly playing a demo of the sword-making technology, as they have termed it. Other gameplay elements, when the game does release, or maybe in a later playtest, will include... Where is it? In my little notes. Here we go. Other gameplay will include customer commissions for swords, challenging players to optimize the sword's physical and stylistic properties, using your money and experience to upgrade your forge and gain new skills, level those up, while playing through a story mode of being a blacksmith in a city called Erin Keep. That is the general idea. You will run a swordsmithy, and you will you'll get jobs from customers that are like, I want a sword that's this pretty but this practical, and you've got to try and craft it and unlock new parts and better abilities to make the swords and all sorts of things like that. And it's pretty cool. That sounds neat to me. Good management sim, but it's blacksmithing. That's kind of neat. I like that a lot. But today, we're just here to make pretty swords. We don't care about practicality. Not today. Well, maybe. Maybe we'll try and make some practical swords. But no promises. Because I am beholden to aesthetics. For now, though, let's play the game. Let's have a look. Let's see what we got. Pretty swords, exactly. So yeah, see that there is only a creative mode currently available. It is pure, just customizable creativity, which is fun. So we're going to take a look. This is a thing for later. There was a another man on the Discord. Let me pull up his channel real quick, because I told him I'd shout him out. There was a man on the Discord that... There he is. Nirim the Mad. Hello, sir. Nirim here sent me a message going, hey, fool or a clown, I have a challenge for you. Find out what's wrong with this sword. Do it on stream. And I went, all right, that sounds kind of cool. So later on, we're going to try and figure out what is wrong with the wrong sword. But for now, because I don't think I can do the regular Twitch shout out for a YouTube thing, here is a link to Nirim the Mad's YouTube channel. I told him I would shout him out, since we are featuring his sword and challenge on the stream. Give that a click. No worries. Oh, let's make a sword. So, when you come into here, first of all, there is a tutorial you can go through. It will teach you the basics of how the tools work. It's pretty cool. It's very nice. We may pull that up if I forget a detail slightly. But you start with just this, a little hunk of metal and a tang. And you can change if you would just rather a grey background, you know, no flames. Might be easier to see. You can put it on an anvil, which I think is really cool. in my opinion, I think that's pretty sick. You can also put it on a wooden floor. So lots of different ways to just view your sword. On a cloth for different, you know, if you need different lighting or a different view, or you want to take a pretty picture in the screenshot mode. Because some of the intended uses for this game are, first of all, it's a game, right? There's going to be a management sim where you are a swordsmith in a city. It's a game. We are just playing the creative part today. But the devs, and I quote, encourage any sort of creative use of Bladesong, whether it is designing swords, trying to bend and break the system, we'll get into that a little bit later, using sword screenshots to create tabletop RPG item cards, or as art reference for paint overs, or even as a proof of concept to forge the sword for real. The idea is you'd make your lovely pretty sword, you'd come in here, you'd take a good screenshot, you put that in your tabletop RPG item, you print it out, you've got a card, right? Which is pretty cool. Or, you know, digitally. Oh yeah, it's really cool just for that. And like, let me show you how easy some of this stuff is. So, you start with this bit of metal. You start with a draw out. You get a red bar. I can't remember what they call the red bar. They call it... the short red line. Never mind. I remembered there being a name, I was wrong. But you grab the short red line on your little billet here, and you just drag it out to the length you want. So let's to start with, let's just make a super simple basic sword. Because I haven't really made a good sword either. I messed around with some tools. I didn't really make a sword. So let's go like this length. And then I'll look at some of the reference images I had people send. Or we'll have people go, try and make one of these. Because that sounds fun too. Once you've drawn it out, you can click flatten. And these white markers define where you edit it. So right now, if I was to flatten this, which I do by grabbing this red line and dragging it up, it will only flatten here in the middle. And if I drag this, it will then affect where it is flattened appropriately. on the fly. So you don't need to undo and then redo. You can just be like, no, actually, I made that a bit too short. Let's drag this bit out again. So you can edit it very, very quickly. It's all basically click and drag. It's incredibly, incredibly good. But for right now, we would just want a nice flat sword. If, however, you wanted your sword to not be flat, you've got a list of abilities. Oh, my camera's covering that. It wasn't in the, because I didn't do this bit. Let me quickly move that. My mistake. Sorry about that. You would not believe I spent like 30 minutes setting up this overlay, but because I wasn't actually playing the game, I didn't know that bit was there. I'll put this like, I'll just move it further down. Where does the cross section appear? Also there. Okay. We're going to have to put it up there, and I'm going to be looking the other way. It's going to be a bit weird. All right. I'm going to be looking the wrong way. But this is where we are. My mistake. I might also just have to get rid of the chat off screen, but we'll see. For now, I'm fine with this. I could also... Hang on. Hang on now. Couldn't I... do that? I could do that. Now, would you look at that? All right, we're back. I'm now looking at the sword. Okay, so yeah, you want a nice flat sword. And this is what I was trying to show you up here. This abilities menu. So right now, let me actually, just to make sure it's a bit easier to read for the stream, which means I now need to move my camera again, don't I? Yeah. All right. Sec. No. Huh? There we go. There we go. I'm a professional. Right. This abilities menu up here, which I've made a bit bigger so it's easier to see. This, because, you know, someone might be on their phone or something. This flattened thing up here, you can see we've got it as 100%. This sword is 100% flattened. It's as flat as we can make it. And we can click and drag downwards to pull that variable down again. And now it's only 30% flat, right? If, however, you made an edit and just go, oh, I just want rid of that, you can click this up here and just hit the delete key once it's selected. And if you accidentally delete something you didn't want to lose, you can go, ah, damn, and hit Control Z. And it's back. We have undo, redo. Very nice. Control Z, Control Y, undo, redo. I think that's new to this playtest, but I could be wrong. You can also use your up and down arrows, go between this menu. I think you can actually also yeah, you can use control and up and down to reorder them. If you wanted something in a different order. For now, we've got a nice flat bit of metal. We could make it broader or narrower, but I think for now, let's just, again, incredibly basic sword. I do think I want it a bit shorter, though. We made it quite long. About there. That seems good. Oh, also, controls are right-click to rotate. Middle mouse to go backwards and forwards along here. You can't go, like, up and down. It's just along the length of the sword. Left click to click and drag the features. There is also on this screen a grid, and your the end of your blade starts very nicely on one of the grid lines. So if you knew you wanted a sword to be, you know, specific length, you could use the grid to help you with that. As well as for alignment of things, I imagine. But, so, we could make a profile taper. Profile taper will make the sword get narrower as it goes in. And obviously, the further you pull that up, the further towards the hilt of the blade, it's going to start to narrow. If you did it just a bit, you could have the whole sword come out in a very fine point. You can also expand it if you wanted to, which is interesting. And then obviously, like the others, you can kind of give it an in-out point to change how that variable affects things. I don't know if we want a profile taper though. We'll go for a nice straight sword. Distal taper is the same, but there we go. So distal taper makes it get wider towards the end. Well, what would be the word? Less thick. So you could have a sword with a really thick base that went to a... You would use these basically to get a sword that went from out to in, and the top and bottom, the flat of the blade as well as the edge of the blade, would go inwards. And again, you can pull one of these along to change how far away that happens. Which means, do you remember how I said, boys and girls, that, I wonder why I can only... Interesting. Do you remember how I said it's like only... you only make swords in this game. This is a sword smithing game. Except... all the game will ever ask you to make is a sword, but because you can change the shapes and properties of the metal this way, you don't only have to make a sword. I've seen daggers. I've seen spears. I saw someone say they made a gun. I believe I saw someone in the Discord say they'd made a frog. I'm not sure how they made a frog. Apparently they made a frog. So you can... Yeah, apparently. Frog is definitely the weirdest one. Yeah, no idea how they would have possibly done that. Yeah, pets for my frog, King Bingy. We'll be making him a sword later. But in theory, if you wanted to, with this distal taper thing, you could add another flatten. And you could do it for just way up here. You could drag it out. Maybe you can't. Okay, that doesn't actually work. My mistake. I was wondering if you could make, like, the head of a hammer. If you can, I don't know how yet. I'm still very new to this. This is a very simple button. It adds a point. Most swords have a point, which is nice. However, say you didn't want to make, like, a, you know, English longsword type of blade, right? Say you wanted to make a single-edged blade, like a falchion or a katana. On this point thing specifically, you see all these abilities have two lines next to each of them. That's this button here. That is the blade's symmetry. So right now, everything's symmetrical. But if we wanted to make this a single-edged blade, we would click up here. And now the flatten is only applying to the left side. The right side is as flat as when we... as big as when we started. And you can flip it the other way. And you can go back to the middle. So if you wanted only a single edge on your point, you would change its symmetry. And there you go. You've got a cutting edge. To make something like a katana, for example. I don't know exactly how you would shave off this corner yet. Give it the nice... I mean, maybe it is just... No, so that changes the curve. I mean, I guess... If you did that and you brought this in a bit... Narrow the other side of the blade or put on another point. Okay, so if I put on another point... And what, made it the opposite symmetry or something? Made it the opposite symmetry and then... Okay, not quite that. Like I said, I just messed around with all the variables. I don't fully know what I'm doing yet. I could grind it. Narrow the other side. Narrow or narrow grind? Normal is best. All right. Thank you, dude. So we would narrow this. Narrow this side. No, wrong side. There you go. Simple as that. Add your symmetry, click and drag. Sorted. That's super cool. Look at that. Little katana. We'll get rid of that for now, though. We will set this back to normal. So we are going to do this the simple way. Thank you, Niram. So another cool thing you can get in this game is you can hit the cross-section button, and this will give you a cross-section. Effectively, it will let you change the cross-section of your blade. So, start out with this one. If you can see the sort of beveled edge, it is a little tricky to see. Where the edge is now beveled, you can choose this to choose how far out that bevel goes. You can choose this to choose what the depth of the edge, if you didn't want it to bevel all the way, but we want a nice point, so we do. So let's bring that in a bit, and then this bit in the middle, you right up right now gives it a nice flat curve. But if you wanted it to kind of divot like some swords do, you could drag this down, and now you've got that little bump and flat. You can also hit this button up here to get an actual cross-section of the blade. So that right now, if we were looking at it from the point, is what the sword looks like. And that changes as you move around it to represent where you're actually looking at it from. Which is pretty cool. And again, obviously, this cross-section, I want that beveling to come all the way down the blade. Maybe not like that. Maybe I do want it to do this a little bit. So the end of the blade is flatter. Yeah, I know about the cross-section button. And you can drag this one as well, because I want that to go to the point. To the very tip. Now we've got that nice beveling that goes all the way to the end. I think I actually want it a bit thinner maybe as well. So let's grab this, drag that even further in. But I also think I want the blade in general to be a bit narrower. So let's just... Yeah, that's looking a bit better, isn't it? Tight, 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 tight. And that's what the cross-section button does. Also, these lines on the cross-section, not necessarily incredibly useful right now, unless you are trying to make a fully, like, you know, a very functional sword. These, in the final game, will be... Let me find it. Oh. The light blue line, this is the sword's center of mass. So where its, like, center of weight is. And the red lines, these two, indicate forward and aft pivot points. So when, I assume, making swords in this game, the idea would be, you would, you know, because you're filling customer requests, you would need a sword with a reasonable center of mass so that they could swing it properly. That's probably going to be one of the conditions, right? So you can do that with it. I'm going to pull this narrow in a little bit more. Yeah. And now I think I want that cross section actually a little bit wider, which is fine because it's incredibly easy to do. Let's straighten it out a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Nice simple blade. Currently 49.88 centimeters left. I mean, like, at that distance, why not just pull it out to be 50 centimeters? Oh, you can hold shift, I believe, for like, yeah, fine adjustments. Okay, as close as I can. It might have already been as close as it'll go. Yeah, alright, that's fine. 50 centimeter sword, just about. Which is quite long. It's quite a long sword, but that's fine. So, moving on. We've done cross-section. If you wanted curves, it's as easy as this. You want a nice curved sword? You want a scimitar? Something like that? Grab it and curve it, bibs. Oh, you didn't want it to... You wanted it to curve further along? There you go. Like you wanted more of the killage thing going on? There you go. It only curves right at the end. You don't like how you curved it? Just delete the curvature, man. Just delete that modifier. Easy peasy. We are going to stick with a nice straight sword for now, just because, again, I am new at this. So we're going to keep it simple. I like a nice fuller. Let's add a fuller. A fuller is a nice channel that goes along the center of the blade. You can, if you wanted to, offset that fuller. Like, if you just wanted a line along the top edge of the blade, like this, you can offset it that way. And you can choose how wide it is that way. You can then also choose its width. And choose its depth. You can even have it bevel outwards if you wanted to. Which is interesting. I like that. But for now, I think... we'll have it dip in a little bit. We'll have it be nice and central. And we'll have it be about that wide. There are also these... oh, and hang on. What if we had it start roughly where our blade starts to curve inwards? And we could have it go longer. Peter in again, so it goes about half the length of the blade. You can also add side fullers, which I found harder to use. But that might be because I'm stupid. We're going to find out. I'm going to try again. So, same thing. You can choose kind of how out they come. So this would be... it seems to be, on this one, mainly affecting the bottom of the blade. Where you can have them peter out to the edge of the blade, or peter inwards towards the center. I think that looks kind of cool. You can, again, also change the depth. And you can change the shape of them a bit here. So you could probably have that and then have them come out to the sides. And yeah. So you can, like, very easily and readily modify the shape of these things. And now we've got this lovely center channel and two smaller channels along the edge of it to give our blade that really cool little thing along it. Which is neat, right? Also, yeah, the cross-section here. I thought it was based on where you're looking at it. I'm now seeing you get an indicator of the cross-section here. So you can actually see, like, when you move your mouse along it, it changes where the cross-section's viewing. So that's cool. And looking at this, it's looking like our side fullers are going, like, all the way down and basically touching, meaning the blade's very thin there. So I'm a... yeah, there you go. Add a bit more meat on them bones. No, yeah, it's actually incredibly cool and incredibly simple. If you wanted to, you can add flamboyance. What does flamboyance mean? Well, let's pull it down here and add this to, like, say here. So just a little. And if I pull this down, and this is how you do flamberge stuff. Because even that is this simple. You pick the modifier, you drag the variable, you make, that's what I'm doing right now. Do you mean like a curve, a sword that wobbles like a flamberge? Because if that's what you mean, that's literally what I'm doing. Hang on. Like, there you go. Wiggles all the way. You can make it diagonal. Final Fantasy XI sword if you want, I guess. For a flamberge, something like that, you would probably want one of the bigger flamboyances. Pull it all the way down, pull it all the way out. There you go, GG. Is this kind of what you were after? Ooh, the fullers look really cool there as well. Like a chain sword. That I don't know about, but this is a fantasy setting that Bladesong will take place in. I have details about that even. All right. 1 second, people. The dev I've been in contact with seems to have sent me the frog that someone made, which also means he's watching. Hello. But I have the image of the frog someone made. He sent me a link to it. So give me just a second and I'll add that as a source. How wild is it that I've streamed like 3 or 4 games and I've had devs in 2 of them? Kind of nuts, right? Anyway, so here's the frog someone made by playing with these tools. Because, yeah, the tools are actually that simple and that cool. Like, it's just that easy to do. Like, yeah. 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 Freg. We'll put him away for now. Goodbye, Mr. Freg. Hey there. Hello! Hello, Mr. Sun and Serpent. The devs set out and they were like, we want to make a sword smithing game. And I'll tell you what, this game will let you make a goddamn sword. This game will let you make any sword you want to make. And again, this is a fantasy setting. So this game isn't necessarily built around historic swords. You can certainly make them, but the game does not have a focus on them and will not necessarily push you to do that. This is set in a fantasy world in the city of Erin Keep, which is a closed-off city. It is apparently one of mankind's last safe havens after the world was shattered by an event known as, get this, the End of Divinity, which is maybe the most metal thing I've ever heard. Like, if your apocalypse event was called the End of Divinity, that's too cool. How's anyone supposed to follow that? Like, that's no good. Like, they won. That's the best name for an apocalypse event. Close the door, it's over. A tabletop RPG setting would be kind of sick. Alright, we're going to remove this flamboyance, though. I do like the flamberge, but it's not what we were working on. Which means, unless there's more details people think we should add, we're kind of done, I think. Question mark? Cross-section. I kind of want... This comes up... You know what I think actually my problem is? I think this... I'm right now just messing around with it and seeing what we do and showing off the features, Brad. Then we're going to try to make different types of swords. Right now, I'm just trying to get a bit of a more natural point on my sword because it's very pointy. So I'm just trying to fiddle with this to see how I would do that. I mean, that already looks... Oh, but now my... Am I flatten? What is that? No, yeah, it's the cross section. It's making the sword wider, and I don't necessarily want that. So that, I guess. And then I would probably need to add another thing. Yeah, to get even more like a flat edge than triangular point. It's either that or I just have the point start further up. There we go. And would you look at that? This is what I mean. There's things where you're like, I don't know how to do that. And then you have a moment where you go, oh, and all of a sudden you've got exactly what you wanted. Because there we go. I now have a nice tapered point. Yeah. That's this blue line here. And these are the aft and something else. Aft and forward pivot points. Because this isn't just like a sword making simulator, Brad. This is going to be a full game where you run a swordsmithy and people come to you with like, hey, make a sword that's, you know, this length and this thick and... Brad, think like Tarkov gunsmith quests. Make a sword that fits these specifications. That's what the chunk of the game is. There isn't combat in the game. It is just a swordsmithy game, but the quality of the swords you make will matter because you're doing commissions. And there's like dialogue trees and stuff. But yeah, no, this is insane. The ease of how you can do this stuff is like very, very quick and easy. All right. I think our blade's pretty decent. It's maybe a bit long. So why don't I just go ahead and... Oh, does that? Oh, that does mess with stuff though. That messes with stuff I've got set up here. That's fine. We can... Let's call it a learning experience. Is it my point? Yes, that's it. I just needed to extend my point again. Yeah, Brad, the intent of this, other than it being a game, is that you would use this for, creatively, that is. Again, let me pull up my notes. It is encouraged for any creative use, including trying to bend and break the system, like making a frog. Using sword screenshots, this one will interest you, Brad. Screenshots of the sword with this lovely screenshot mode to make item cards for a tabletop RPG. So you would design a sword and then be like, this is the sword, and give it to your players. And you want it on an anvil? You can put it on an anvil. You want it on a wooden floor? Sick. You want it on a wooden floor with reverence? Or is it meant to be wrapped in the cloth? Because if so, that's cool too. Plan to use it for tabletop RPGs. Hell yeah, dude. A lot of the people currently in this chat play tabletop RPGs. So us too, probably. Because it's incredibly easy. Again, before stream, I played with this for like 40 minutes. Oh, I've made it too thin. Is that by flattening it 100%? Probably. That's okay though, because again, I can just grab this and I can pull this down a little bit. Let's say like 80%. I think we can even go less than that. Let's try like 90. Yeah, let's try 90 and go back to that cloth. You can also, I was saying this before. 2 millimeter sword. I don't know, man. I messed with this for like 40 minutes beforehand to see how all the things worked because the member of the dev team said, I really think you should at least. He was like, don't fully learn it on screen. Take a look. So that's fine. So now our blade's a bit thicker. We've got a nice cross section. Let's try again. See if we can get that. Oh, it's still too thin. Okay. So you've got to make them quite thick then. Or at least thicker than I expected. But maybe that's... Maybe I'm wrong. Could also just... I could bring this up. Oh, does the handle raise it up? That would make sense. I mean, that's fine. Goes from the farthest out point. Okay, so that's why. In that case, then, I'm going to hit undo a couple times. I'm going to put my flatten. I'm going to put everything back to, like, where it was. Right? That is a feature I would like. I would like to be able to click on these numbers, if possible, and dial in a number. Like, just, you know, type in 80%, because, obviously, going up and down trying to get it to a certain number is sometimes difficult. Maybe that's just a me thing. It's just a feature I think would be neat. You can see as well, by the way, Brad, since you were asking about this. This blue line is the point of balance. These are the pivot points, right? You can see as I, like, make this point taper in, like, further back, you can see all of those change because the sword, like, it's literally, the weight is shifting away from the tip of the sword as more metal is shaved off and the point becomes finer. So you can see them adjusting and tweak it with this lovely cross-section feature. Yeah. There is also this mode. I like this. Right. Where's my lovely grid? Because this is a thing as well. I mentioned this before. It is on a very, very nice, lovely grid. So you can measure things, which is really cool. Now we're going to come into a second screen, though. Actually, let's make this blade a little bit shinier. Polish blade. Grab this. Just pull it up. So like 40%. Much shinier. But still kind of gritty. And I don't fully know. I guess if I pull this out, does it change where it gets shinier? Yeah, it only gets shinier. So you can choose a part of the blade to be shiny or not. Right now, this is 100% perfect polish sheen, right? If you wanted it to be more, you know, it's a bit worn, you can bring that all the way down. I think a nice middle ground would be nice, so why don't we see what 50's like? 50% all the way along the blade. Excellent. That's a thing as well, by the way. Like, so right now I've got this polish here, and I've got one of everything. But if you wanted the tip to be especially worn, you could bring this polish here, right? So it randomly just stops being polished at that line. Which obviously you would then want to use a gradient to bring it in slightly. But you can add another polish. And you could add that just to, like, the very end of the blade. I mean, you wouldn't have to. But, like, if you wanted to, this would be a way for, like, the tip is extra polished or something, right? Like, if you wanted the tip to really shine. Like, you can add multiple of the same thing to work on separate parts of the sword. What I think would be more interesting in this case, though, is if we were making a single-bladed sword, like a katana. Say I bring this 100% polish all the way across. If I change the symmetry on it, I wonder if that works. I don't know if it's easy to tell right now because we have the other polish on, but you might be able to make it so just the bladed part of the katana would polish. Let me get rid of that. I mean, hey, Jack, again, if you want to play this 2 days early, 12 hours earlier for every person, for 300 people wishlisting and following on Steam, 200 people subscribing to the newsletter, 200 people subscribing to YouTube, 200 people following them on Twitter. For every one of those met, the playtest comes forward 12 hours, and you could get it potentially on the 2nd instead of on the 4th. To play with until the 11th. So it would go from a week long to 9 days. Which is cool, right? Okay. Now that we've got a nice polished blade, though, we've got our tip, everything there. Oh, let me actually hold that back along again. But I will leave that there, so the very tip is just a little bit more worn. I think that gives a nice look. We come into our second tab up here. Now we're in the other part of the sword. We've got guards here, which you can click and then just drag in. You can hit Q and E. Cycle through them. You can hit W and S to scale them up. You can see on the thing at the bottom of the screen and in the point of balance, the weight changes a lot. And so does the point of balance. Like, the pivot points get further out because all the weight's at the bottom. Right? You can also rotate them. Should you wish. Like, what would look good on this sword? That one's nice and standard. That one's kind of cool. I like that one. Zwei tendrils. Suba. So, yeah, you know, we were talking about katanas. Straight up, Subas. Centerpiece ridge. Centerpiece flat. Tendril round. These ones I find admittedly a little bit odd because they seem to connect the other way. And I couldn't find a way to turn them because rotating them just makes them spin. So I don't know if that's something I'm doing wrong or if this is meant to be for something else. Like maybe it's for... Hang on, let me try... Maybe it is. It's so you can make your own. Now I get it. You can put this twisted one on. See, I don't know exactly how to do it. But in one of the TikToks, I saw them curve these things. But I'm not sure how to do that. Honestly. Also, to delete something, you literally just move it off. We'll go with this one. This one looked nice. It seems a bit big right now, though. Yeah, that's way too big. Is it too small if I make that bit? That looks decent. Right, so we've got a grip. Or a handle, rather. Can you then attach... No, that's specifically these centerpiece ones that you attach stuff to. And then the tendrils attach onto that. side ring, which I guess you would do on... You had a centerpiece. You could do a side ring. Yep, there, like on a Zweihander. Or some other sword that has one of these. I do not pretend to be an expert. You could add one of those. There's a cap, which I guess, yeah, you could put on the side. If you just wanted them to end. Yep. Tendril round and bent. Oh, maybe this is what I saw. I thought you could curve these, but now that I'm seeing it now, I think they just did that. And now I see why I thought you could curve them. Right, let's pull those off. Let's pull off that centerpiece. We're not using it. And again, we can grab a handle. That one's really big. I'm going to guess I have to scale that down. Oh no, scaling changes the length. Oh, was it? It was tall way up, I think. It's still quite big, admittedly. Let's cycle through some. It's very big. Did I just make my handle way too small? Is it? Damn. It's hard to tell. It's 50, yeah, 50 centimeters is like this, huh? Oh, did I make it 36? Yeah, you've got a point. See? I suppose I could have done... Yeah. That is kind of small, huh? I don't know how long swords are, man. I think swords are real cool. I'm by no means an expert in their construction. It's not the size of... True. True. I would have really liked then, Hey, and look, that works now. I would have really liked then some sort of visual reference, I guess. Like maybe a button. Like a button somewhere up here maybe that gives you like... You know, if you were to find like a complete banana for scale. Or like, even just like... If you were to get the measurements of like a completely average longsword, dagger, two-hander, and it just gave you an outline of the measurements of that sword for reference. Like literally just a little outline of a two-hander sword next to it. So I could go, oh, okay, I need to extend this. Something like that. Some sort of visual reference. That'd be awesome because I fully thought, I was like, yeah, this looks like long sword length. To be fair, should have been looking at the numbers more, but yeah, 40 centimeter sword, that it's like this long. So yeah, that's on me. With a set of quillons on. What is a quillon, sir? I do not know that word, I'll be honest. But again though, that's easy to do, because I did shorten it, because I was like, ah, okay. I did shorten it because I was like, that looks too long, but I could just drag this all the way back out. Say 70. 70 sounds good. And all I need to do to fix what's looking weird here is bring my point in again. There we go. We'll go with that. But yeah, some sort of visual reference would be amazing for people like me who love swords, don't necessarily know how long they are off the top of their head, or alternatively are too stupid to look at the numbers, because that's got to be a big market too. Just idiots. Like, see, because this to me looks so insanely long now, and maybe 70 is long for a standard, like, you know, one-handed sword, long sword type of thing. So maybe that's also on me. It looks huge now. I need to widen it. Yeah, maybe. 40 centimeters could probably be a long sword. Was it flatten? No, narrow. I need to lessen the narrow. $80 is pretty spot on. Excellent. We'll work with this then. I do need to tweak a lot of things now, though. Just because it's all scaled for a slightly smaller sword. Let's bring that down a bit, actually. I would like it if that curved in a bit. Make that a bit narrower. Where are my fullers? This is, again, though, it's so easy to go back and just edit things. So I can just drag that out, and now it comes further along the blade again. I can drag this out. All the way. Drag this out again. Like, it's so easy to go back in and just edit and change something. It's like, there you go. My sword was completely out of scale, and now it's looking decent again. Easy peasy. The pivot points are now at the handle, though. So I'm not sure necessarily how... it's all in the wrist. Might be correct. I don't know. But yeah. Handles. See, that's looking more correct, isn't it? That looks a bit more correct. Let's have a look at what we've got. These are leather wrapped. Different tapers and thicknesses. Strong taper. Slim handle. Smaller taper thick. Smaller taper slim. I do like the twisty one. And you can add risers. Yeah. Not that I necessarily know what a riser's for either, other than just extending the handle. But I do like the way they look. So I'm going to put a riser there, I think. Again, this might not be accurate. I don't know. I don't pretend to know. I think for this, honestly, the basic, just nice, solid, round handle. I'm going to put another riser on the bottom, just to kind of make it look symmetrical. And then pommels. And get one of these nice round ones. Circular. Circular with... There's an extra little... Circular with an indent. Cool. I know what that's for. Oh, also, the game's smart enough that if, you know, that riser I put on the bottom, I can attach it to this, but if I push further, instead of deleting the riser, it'll put it at the bottom. Which is really neat. It's smart enough to go, oh, put it between them. Don't replace it. That one. That sort of spade shape. Solingen Malchus. Norse 3 Lobel. Simple Kashira. Or a horse. I'm going to go with this one, because that's the same name as our wrist guard, I think. So they're a good match. You can also add steel ferrules and stuff. Like there are some... Oh, I kind of like that. I put that there and I put this there. Kind of like that banded look it gives it. I don't know what the... Yeah, okay. And it's like the perfect size. Flat round. These are like studs you can put on the handle or on the blade. One of the pivot points doesn't move where it... I think it shows where your hand is. I thought it was percussion mode, but now that I think about it, it makes more sense. The ones near the top of the blade show how forward before you hit a harmonic. All right, cool. Yeah, you can add studs. You can add little bumps. I do believe I saw a screenshot, and I could be wrong, of a lightsaber in the distance, which would be kind of nuts. I imagine that one took them a while. You can add these. You can add these little pyramid things. Again, just more studs. They added spikes, so you can make, like, heavy metal swords, you know? And a lion emblem, which if we had that... Let me grab it, actually. If we had this, why not? Put that on the bottom too. Screw it. No one's the boss of me. This will sit nicely in there, will that lion emblem. You can place it anywhere you want, really. But it will sit very nicely in there. If you wanted the lion emblem. Which is neat. Like everything else in this, that's incredibly cool. So, from there, we've got runes. Whatever that letter is. I don't speak runes. So, B, and I gotta choose wherever I want to put it, which is neat. You can put them on the hilt as well. You can engrave them on the blade. You can also scale them down. Why don't we do it around the center here? Help. Oh, no. I have to scale them all down separately? Thanks, man. Alright. If I get these runes upside down, everyone has to be nice to me. I don't speak Nordic rune. Really? But they're not symmetrical. So wouldn't it matter? Shift click a rune to pick up a copy. Oh, excellent. Okay, thank you. So I could shift click this. Right, okay. And then QE through them. That's excellent, thank you. E. And clicking it does keep it scaled correctly. Sick. I'm going to assume this is the correct way because they're all facing that way. In the side menu. Then shift click this. Look for the letter I want because I don't know what letters they are. Oh, there it is. Ooh, doo 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 doo. So can I ask, of the people in chat, who has played this game and who's checking it out for the first time right now? First time yesterday. Oh, I mean, shit. You know quite a bit from yesterday. First time checker, first time I see it. Hell yeah. Is that not working? My shift click seems to have broken. Oh, there we go. It's kind of starting to veer to the right, isn't it? First time I see it. First time yesterday. But that's a lot of first timers, people. I might be streaming this again later. Okay, I like that you worked out what I was spelling. I'll scale that up a bit, just so it matches. And there we go. The sword has been emblazoned Bladesong. Because I thought that would be cute. Sword's not finished yet, though. We got materials. Of which these things will fully change instantly. You can have brushed steel, polished brass, full-on gold, leather, obsidian. Again, this is not historical sword maker. This is a fantasy setting, which is why there's also these glowing materials that you don't seem to be able to apply to the blade itself. Like you make this shit glow if you want to make it glow. So what I think I'm gonna do. There's also like a rope wrap here, which is cool. That would look good on a katana. I'm gonna find that out. I can't tell, they're too small. Doesn't look like I can change the runes. But I think the runes might be fairly new. Again, Strix, I'm fairly sure someone in the server, the Discord server, did make a lightsaber. Like, if one of the devs watching can shoot me the image of that, if I'm correct, I'll show it on stream. Because I think I'm correct. But I could be wrong. And I don't remember where I saw it. Indeed, fairly new. Both blade materials and engraving materials are on the list of things to do. Yes, I knew more materials were coming. Let's go with the red leather on these things. Thank you, Mr. Developer, for piping in with that. Let's no, I don't really like that. I like the bands being gold. Everything being gold was too much. Do I prefer the rough steel or the brushed steel? I like the brushed steel. And with that, we've got a sword. Huzzah! Red and brass, we can absolutely test that as well. The polished brass instead of the gold. It's hard to see. It does get a little bit less like yellow and orange. A little bit whiter. You're right. That's a good sword. We're going to name this Baby's First Sword. All right. Wahoo! We did it. And in my opinion, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's a sword. All right. Now what I think we're going to do is I had some friends send me reference images of swords I would try to make. However, there's a good few people in the chat. How about I pick someone at random, which I have a command for, and that person play with the blade material. Not yet, but the developer, the person in chat, Sun and Serpent, that's the team that made the game. They've just said more blade materials are coming. Turning off a fan. So, blade materials will come. So yeah, what if we pick someone random in the chat and they choose what type of sword I make? Does that sound fun? And I'll write your name on it when we're done. How do people like the sound of that? All right. I mean, I'll do my best to make it. Let me do one of these then. Oh, Adam. Adam. Adam, it chose you. If you are still there, my friend, my love, my darling. If you don't pipe up soon, I'll have to pick someone else. You are also random. Adam. Oh, interesting. Adam's a friend of mine, as are a few people in chat. People I know in real life. Adam does not appear to be answering, so I'm going to hit this again. Bladesong, if you are there, if you are watching, if you would like to take part, give me a type of sword and I'll try my best to make it. Otherwise, I'll have to move on again, unfortunately. I will do that, Niram. Thank you for tuning in. Is it the Twitch account you're on right now you'll be streaming from? Did he hear that? It's fine. They'll post about him going live in the server, so I will, streaming on YouTube. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, I linked his YouTube before. I will link it again if I can. I still have it? There we go. There's Niram the Mad. He'll be streaming this on YouTube in a moment. Peace, dude. Thanks for hanging out. All right. We need to pick someone again. That's me. We're gonna... GG. GG, are you here? Name a sword. I will make it, and I shall inscribe your name upon it. Chainsword. I'm not sure I can do that one, buddy. I'm not sure there's an engine in the game just yet. Katana I can do, most likely. Someone tell me how long a katana is. How is this currently 119 meters? How is my other sword only this long? Oh? That can't be right. Bizarre. Draw out. I'll draw this out further. What I am going to do right away. 60 to 70 centimeter blade length. All right, cool. What I'm going to do right away. I'm going to add a Tsubasa. I'm going to add a simple handle. Oh yeah, you can attach handles to handles, by the way. Just putting that out there. To make, like, you know, hand and a half swords, great swords. You can do this. The katana has a pretty straight handle, so we're just going to do one of these. Right away, I'm going to put the material on it that is the rope. Because that's just how katanas work. And on the end, the pommel, what would it be? Oh, it's one of these ones, right? Yeah, okay, there we go. That's a katana, in essence. Well, we probably need two of those, actually. You know, two-handed sword. Let me grab another one of them. Wrap some more rope around it. And then chuck that pommel on. Before I make this sword, though, let me go over some things again about what this game is. So, you make the metal black. I don't think I can change the color of the blade in any way just yet, but I might be able to mess around with polish to make it look a bit darker. But yes, this game is a sword making simulator, which in the final release will have customers that give you commissions. You'll be able to upgrade your forge. You'll be able to gain new abilities for making swords. You'll be using money and experience to get through the game in the city of Erin Keep, a fantasy world, which has undergone something called the End of Divinity. There you go. This playtest will become public on the 4th, but if you go and follow them on Steam, wishlist it, follow the newsletter, the YouTube, the Twitter, it will steadily, as milestones are met, the playtest can come out earlier, anything up to the 2nd of February. So 2 days earlier if you go do all the stuff. With that, though, let's make GG a katana. Okay. So I need to flatten it. Like quite a bit. Because katanas are flat. I also need to shorten it by quite a bit. Jack, I believe that... Where's my Twitch chat gone? Put away that Sephiroth cosplay, buddy. Nah, man. FF7 Rebirth nearly here. Put the cosplay back on. 60 to 70 blade length. We'll go 70-ish. Excuse me. Maybe like 65. Right, so this is where we're going to have to get into some asymmetry. So I actually need this not flattened 100%. I need this flattened like 90%, because katanas are still pretty thin. Maybe like 85. Maybe like that. That seems decent. And then we will need... We're going to need to narrow it on one side. Need to mess with the symmetry by doing this. It is the wrong side. There we go. We don't need to narrow it all the way. No, we'll delete that for now. We don't need that just yet. First, we need a point. That point is symmetrical the wrong way. So we need a point that goes like that. Maybe something like this. Now we should narrow it. Oops. Symmetry's wrong again. Oh, wait. The point should just be asymmetrical. Yeah, like that. That's how we did it. And now add an arrow. Gotta mess with our symmetry this way. This has to be symmetrical the opposite way to bring this down. And now we've got our shape pretty much sorted, right? Like, very nicely, we just have our shape. I can probably make the blade even a little bit thicker. That seems good to me. For a katana. The point also seems to taper about right for what I'd expect. Probably be a tad wider too. Yeah. Yeah, we can make it a tad narrow, wider. It's just then this funky little bit. Gets that going on. Oh, okay. So that's the problem I've got with the narrowing, Jack. Is that it... I probably need an additional setting to fix that. One that I'm unsure of. It's probably actually cross-section. It's probably a cross-section right up here. A very, very short cross-section. Where this goes all the way to the end. Sorry, that one goes all the way to the end. And that one goes like that. Where this comes... Two narrows, one to widen the whole sword, one to narrow the one side. I can probably just add another narrow and narrow this part. Oops. Drag that all the way to the end. Yeah. I want to widen the whole sword, want to narrow the one side. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's the vertical. I mean, I guess I need another flatten. It's this, isn't it? It would be another flatten. An asymmetrical flatten. Yes. And I need this to come in. So yeah, I do need another narrow in the end, after all. But I'm figuring it out. And everyone's proud of me. It's just this corner. That's the bit I'm struggling with. Not that I know of. I mean, that's not quite right. What I think I need to do, actually, is delete this. Look at this narrow, maybe. There we go. Oh, hold off. $11,346 curvature abilities, and it still kind of worked. Wow. That's impressive that the engine held up at all. Alright, Mr. Sun and Serpent, I'm stuck. I don't understand Or at least I'm probably missing something obvious. I'm just trying to get this to a point, but I've always got this corner here. And I am confused because there's assuredly something obvious I'm missing. Point on both sides. It's meant to be a katana. That's what someone asked for, and it's usually a bit flat on the top. That's what I did have another narrow at one point, and it wasn't quite working. Let me get rid of this flatten. I can add that again later. Could you add 2 arrows? Okay. Let me add another narrow then. Right. A broaden on the other side. Okay. So. Add a broaden. That would have to go on this side, I believe. Where are my narrow controls? Oh. There they are. There are my narrow controls. Yeah, I'm getting it now. I just couldn't find my narrow controls. So. Oh. Right. So the narrow would happen here. Yes. I'd have to taper it in, I believe. Think. Yeah, no, thank you very much for coming in and hanging out. I am enjoying it so far. See that cross section. Point. And the broaden on this side. This is the bit I'm not getting. This still isn't actually just... No, that literally can't be the thing. Tell me how that makes sense. That's not the problem I'm having. I don't need to bring this up. That's what I did before. That's what I did before, but the blade just ends up really thin. Like, really thin. Which was what I was trying to avoid. And broaden and make the blade wider. I can try that. Right, okay, now I'm following. And then I can curve the point in better that way. Now I am following. Except I've still got this fucking flat edge on this side. Like, it still comes to, like... So I need to taper that in. How would I do that? With a cross-section? I mean, first of all, I need a full-length cross-section anyway. For the entire blade. About midway, I think. So that gets us the nice thing up to the point. I don't even want it to... I should probably look at a picture of a katana. That would help, wouldn't it? Like, how far in does the blade... That would be interesting. There's usually a little bit at the end. So if I do this... I don't necessarily want it to go wider. Right, that's the opposite of what I want. So I guess I'm doing this all the way. And then... I need a cross-section on the other side, I think. That brings the blade in to a point. It won't move. There we go. Oh, it's on the same fucking side. There we go. Can't see all the little red circles. Okay, so maybe not that. Maybe I need another flatten. Is what I need. Oh, hello. Sorry, Steam just opened. Another flatten, perhaps. I mean, yeah, that flattens the blade out. But I don't want it flat all the way along. I want it to start flattening out towards the end. And that flattens really harsh. That's still still leaves that weird bump that I don't seem to be able to do anything about. So maybe the whole blade in general just needs to be flatter. Ah! Why? Maybe I now need a very tiny flatten. On the other side, I think. Yeah, that didn't do anything. It's just that this little edge here, I just needed to taper inwards. Oh, I'm fucking stupid! There's a feature literally for this. I forgot about the distal taper. Wait, that still doesn't do it though. I still cannot get it to just go to a smooth point. What setting am I missing here? Is it a cross section? No, that didn't work. Profile taper's wideness, right? It's either that or this narrow is like... It's just this triangle bit. Hang on. If I had another point to the other side. Oh my god, I did it. That was it. It needed a point. No, because then it would curve inwards in both ways, whereas I just wanted this to be flat. You know what I mean? Okay. There we go. Goes in at the very end to a fine point. Okay. Now we're cooking. We are in business. No polishing it. GG wanted the blade as dark as possible. So yeah, like you can do weird things with this engine. Just some of them take a minute to figure out. But now that I know how to do that, and it's going to be incredibly easy to do it again. This cross section. Let me do this so that's all the way along. Yeah, like, again, I've only been playing with it for a few hours, though. Now, a katana doesn't need any fullers or any of this, but it would be slightly curved. So what happens if I just pull this up a bit? So let me just grab that cross section again. It was better the way it was. That needs to be there, more like in the middle. So curvature. Is that curved enough? No. More like this? It should really be along the whole body. And now it needs to be curved less. Something like that? That looks pretty solid to me. That looks like a katana. Katana-na-na-na. Yeah, I can lower the curve and just... Like, I can just... bring it out. Bring this out at the end so it doesn't curve as aggressively at either end. And most of the curve is in the middle. Alright. Okay. I think that's it for the actual sword. I don't think I can change the color of this. I mean, I could wrap it in leather, I suppose. That could make sense for a katana now as well. I am going to add some risers. Because a katana would totally have those. Around the Tsubasa. GG, would you rather leather or rope for the wrapping? And if leather, which color? Rope. So there's leather, and then there's this rope wrap, which looks, you know, like a katana wrap, but it's only in white. Leather is fine. What color do you want? We've got black, brown, red, oxblood. I just realized it's changing the color on all of these. Green, blue, snake scales. That's kind of cool. The snake katana. Oh, this is a wire wrap. That would be good for like a long sword or something. Yeah. You got a color in mind, GG? Or nothing? I wonder if I can do an invert polish. I can polish up. Can I? I can't go below 0. That's fine. Brown leather's nice. The blue leather's nice. The green leather's nice. I'm gonna go with the snake scales. He said he wants the blade to be black. No worries, no worries. I was just asking if there was a color of leather you wanted. There is also snake scales. Ugh. Snake scale sounds fun. All right. Last but not least, the color of the metal bits, like the Suba and the Ashira at the bottom. You've got the options of like obsidian, ivory, steels, brass, gold. Obsidian, let's go. All right. And that is a katana. I can't get the blade any darker than that, but it is kind of a rough steel texture. What I can do, though, is write your name on it. G. I'll learn where all these are soon, and then we'll have no problem at all. Oh. Oh, nope, I need D first. God. Game. He was around here. This one. Now I just need an R. And would you look at that? The God Gamer Katana. There you go, boss man. One katana emblazoned with your name. There is also, by the way, there's a very cool thing you can do in this game. So if one of you was to... The music get louder again. It did. If one of you was to download this playtest, and you know, GG, if you were to download this, you could be like, hey man, could you send me that katana? I want to mess with it. And I could be like, yep, sick. You hit this button, and it gives you these magic words. And if you were to copy these magic words in at the start, it would give you this build of the sword. If I was to go back here, paste magic words. If I paste those in and conjure, here's the God Gamer Katana. Which we do not need to. Alright. Let's see who's next. Alright, we're gonna do that again. No way! I literally so flummoxed I just did Command God Gamer. You have to be kidding! 5? Okay, Jesus. Cameron, you there? Fucking hell. No way did that just happen. Five in a row. Yo, Cameron, do you want me to make a specific type of sword, or do you want me to pick someone else? Jesus. Pick someone else. All right, God Gamer, here he comes. All right, Jack. Mr. Lo-Fi Art Guy. Can you share this random generator with Max? I'll do my best. You can also pass it if you want time to think, Jack. Yes. Oh God. I mean, Jack, you've seen the limitations of the system. You're aware there's only so much I can do. While Jack finds that sword, actually, I'm gonna run and pee. We're gonna take a very, 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 very short break. I will be right back. Yo, Jack, you couldn't have sent me that in Discord or something? Like, one of my mods delete that fucking message, please. Big dumbass link clogging up the chat. Hello, Bunger. I don't seem to be able to through OBS, which is quite frustrating. GG. Right, well, I don't seem to be able to do it, which is just frustrating. Also, Jack, this link is terrible. Bunch of super zoomed in thumbnails of parts of a sword. Hello. Yo, Jack, find me a better version of that sword. Because the one you sent me was terrible. In the meantime, not stream elements. Not Cameron. Board Zone, are you there? Or Boardy Zone, Bowed Zone? If you are there and you wish to participate, tell me a sword. You were picked before, but you didn't answer, and I don't know if that's because you don't want to. If you're just lurking, or if because you didn't hear. Let me bring up the game. Hello, Bunger. How are you today? Sent you a better one. All right. I can give that a go, sure. We're making swords today, Bunger. All right. Off the bat, got a very simple straight handle. Pets, 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 pets. Oh, I didn't reset the pets. Dingy's still got so many pets. That's fine. That's solvable. Um, while I'm examining this sword, I'm gonna go ahead and say, if you are watching this and you are not one of my usual viewers, you are here from the Bladesong people, and you're enjoying the stream, go ahead and chuck me a follow if you feel like it, because we might be playing this again. And if you're hanging out, that means you're probably having a good time, right? So, yeah. If you feel like it, throw me a follow. We'll do some more of this, or we'll do some other stuff. But if you're having a good time, hit the button. Can you make a Buster Sword? I tried and struggled with some parts, but knowing what I know now, maybe. And I'll try. I will try. GG. Alright, we've got a handle. Draw this out. This looks like a shorter sword. Including materia slots. I don't think there's any way to put the holes in it. But I could maybe work around that, actually. Because I could grab, like, you know, this flat round and scale it up. Right? And I could put two of those in. And then I could do this. Right? Now, it kind of got materia. You know what I mean? It's not perfect, but it would work. But no, there's no way seemingly to put the holes in it or anything yet. Why is that? GG. Just because people like Final Fantasy? And because it's the 70th? Because I'm reading the numbers. 27th anniversary of FF7 today. True. Okay. Latin. I'm doing okay, Bonja. A very nice dev gave us the code to play this a little early, so we're hanging out and having some fun with this. Okay. That was definitely a bit of a broader sword. We'll give it one of these. Or 50%. We need a point that I don't know if I can make asymmetrical in the way that one is. So we might need 2 points. This one coming up to there, kind of wide. And then another point on the other side. How would I do those sharp edges? Delete this point for now. Maybe not. Maybe don't delete the point. Point. Come out further. I need a way to make that, like, sharper. I guess another broaden could do it. Specifically something to broaden the blade here, where it gets wider. Okay, that's a little weird. Hmm. What is Lala Lady 98? Well, for some reason, I thought you said if the game. Ah, all right, I see. I see what happened. I think I need another curvature there as well. Like another curve on the end. Also, this broaden, I think, needs to be pulled out to be like this entire part of the blade. Hmm. No. Where are the controls? There they are. It might not pique that interest. That's true. Maybe I don't need this point. Hmm. Trying to help you get it with. Well, I appreciate that, buddy. I really do. No, it wouldn't be this. It would be this. I would want it to get. Maybe only on one side. This broaden. All right, so I do still need the point on the other side. That's fine. Ooh. It's kind of cool. Hmm. Honestly, just fucking crank that up and then see if I can. Okay. Just trying to get that edge to be a bit sharper, but honestly, I think that's pretty close. I think this blade in general needs to just be a bit thicker, though. Pretty fat sword. I also think it needs to curve a bit more. And now I could maybe... Did I need the profile taper in the end? Not really. I think actually what I need there is a curvature on one side, if that's even possible. Hmm. Did this broaden? Got a little bit of a snub nose. Is there a way to... This point, maybe? Yes. Sorry, I keep losing chat to try and look at the reference. It needs to be more erect. True, though. Yeah. Yeah, sorry if I'm not as chatty this stream. I'm just thinking, you know? Like, which if you've been to any of my streams, you know is a struggle for me. So, yeah, absolutely the hyper focus coming in. It's just this little bump. It's just this little bump that I'm trying to fucking deal with. That's all it is. It's just that bump. I just want it to have a harsher edge. Which I guess, like, could I just... Do I just need this to be tighter? Could use 2 broadens. I mean, I was trying that and it wasn't really working them. 2 broadens and not taper them. I mean, not tapering them makes it do that, which I guess I could tone it down. I think I maybe actually just need to... Just this. How would I make a sharper edge? Cross section wouldn't do it. I just needed to curve harsher. That's all I want. I just want like a corner here. But I can't put like a point here. See what Jack's trying to get us to do. What? So another broaden. Now what? Have the top meet up with the bottom of the other broaden. What does that mean? There aren't tops and bottoms. No idea what you mean. Move it down the blade. Move what down the blade? Which broaden? And what do you mean? Do you mean move this like that? Or do you mean move this that way? Like, you're gonna have to be more specific. I've got a lot of things that could move. Like, okay. Mm-hmm. What, and then taper it in? Failing to see how this in any way will get me the shape you're on about. It's tapered as much as I can. Problem is also with the 2 broadens overlapping, they don't play nice. I'll delete that. Got my taper back. How would I add just a sharp corner? Anything I can do with narrowing? Like if I narrow this. Okay, so that just cuts off there. But if I taper it. Uh-huh. There we go. That's about as good as it's going to get, I think. Which isn't even really correct, actually. This point. Undo, undo, undo. It'll do, yeah. I think this needs to be even curvier, though. And also, why is it not curving along the entire sword? Hang on. Alright, that's the opposite problem. I've just softened the edge too much again. Alright. A blade! Let's make it actually sharp. It's applied only to the top side. That's not right. Only to the bottom, please. And I'm going to bring that up because it looks like it's got a big, thick, meaty blade. Like, that looks good to me. Blade all the way along. Very nice. You want it to be shiny, Jack? Oh, so shiny. Shine the motherfucker up. Oh, yeah. Right. I mean, I think all it's actually missing now is like a handguard, really. Because I didn't add one. But I just add one of these. Take a look at that again. And then just add some like. Could I put a ring guard thing where the pommel would go? Do you mean one of these side ring things like that? Is that what you want? Yeah, hang on. Let me add like a ferrule or something though, so it doesn't look quite as fucking shoddy. Some more ferrule. Yeah, there we go. It at least looks attached then. And you know what? I'm gonna put a. Juice. I'm gonna put one of the katana ends on it. As soon as I find it. this. There you go. Just so like that. And then for this thing, let me take another look at this. Let me go ahead and we had some trouble with the blade, but we're learning. It didn't really have much going on here. I could just scale up some of these and put those on the sides. All right, it's not the prettiest thing in the world, but that is a Dow. Close enough. Just got to choose some colors. Jack, what color do you want the metals to be? Oh, God. You tell me that when I start writing a name. Brass for the metals. Oops. Oh, I pulled it off. Brass for the metals. There we go. Bit of brass. Oxblood leather for the handle. I made it blue because of the image you sent me, but this works. And now the finishing touch. I just need to find some letters. There's an L. Oh, the shine is a bit much. L. Oh. Yeah, I might quickly drag that polish down and just write the name. We need an F. Lo-fi. Do you want lo-fi art guy, or do you just want lo-fi? Like, what you after? Lo-fi what? Oh, yeah. The lo-fi Dow. Aha. I had caps lock on. The lo-fi Dow. Easy peasy. All right. Time is it? 5:30. Okay. I'm gonna do another one. I'm gonna do another random. Strix, dude, are you still here? Mr. Strix underscore MH, please report to the front desk. Are you here? Would you like a sword? Are you here, my dude, Mr. Strix? Would you like a sword? I will have to pick someone else if you do not answer. But if you speak in chat later, I will say, hey man, you want a sword? I'll give you another little while. This game's cool as hell, man. It's a really, really neat little thing. And there's going to be a whole game attached to this. That's kind of sick. Right. I'm going to have to do one of these. Itawa, Mrs. Lala Lady, please report to the front desk. What can I do for you, my love? Can you make ice sword? I can't change the color of the metal. We've been over that bit. So no. I could do nothing to the metal. So hang on, let me go back to some of the other ones real fast. Just to... Oh, first of all, I need to add your polish back. I can try that, yeah. We can go back and take some look at some of these swords. In some cool spots. Look at that. Look at that lo-fi Dow. That's kind of sick. God Gamer Katana. On an anvil. Look at it go. Precious blade. Folded 1,000 times. That's sick as hell. Also, I just fucking realized, when did I switch back to having my camera covering things and no one told me? Goddamn people, 2 mods in the chat. No one said, hey, your camera's covering shit again. Fools. It was, yeah, there's buttons over here. And like, this whole menu gets covered. Because this you can see, like, you get to see a crossguard of your sword. You rascals. Alright. That's fine. It's not the end of the world. Alright. Atala, I'm gonna go ahead and say thank you. For what? For picking a relatively easy and normal sword. Don't flatten it all the way. Bring it out a little bit to like 85. It's not that thick a sword. Oh, but it gets thicker. No. She meant like the sword of Altair that like Ezio can get in the second game. It's just a long sword. Alright. How did the blade get to be... Does the blade get longer when I flatten it? No. So how did it just double? Because I drew it out to like 7... Oh, I was reading the point of balance. Not the blade length. That makes more sense, I think. 65 cm. It doesn't look too long. Oops, I don't need another flatten. Let me make this 80%. Let me add another flatten. Let me drag that out to like 100% flat. This flat. But that's without a blade, so if I then add a cross section, right, you can see it gets very, very thin on the edges. Delete that for now, though. So, this sword of Altair, which I just realized I could just fucking open in browser. Okay. So, what seems to be the case with this sword is, if I get this one back, if I get this back to like 80%, this sword seems to have a little chunk where a couple inches up the blade, it gets wider, actually. Which means, no, yeah, I do need this to 100. What's easier here? What would be easier? Flatten the whole thing? Or just flatten... Just flatten... this end of it, I guess. So flatten that down to like 80%, I think. Now add another flatten, which is going to go from roughly there to the end, and that's going to flatten. Oh yeah, this needs to be the 80%. This needs to be the 100%. And then this needs to gradiate. Oh, okay. Right, because it's 100%, it gradiates quite rapidly. That can probably be a bit smaller. Okie dokie. Right. So I actually probably need to flatten the whole thing 80%. And then also flatten this bit at the end with a gradient, probably. Gradient here. Flatten this. And that to 90, actually. Because it doesn't get much thicker, but it does raise up slightly. It's already as flat as it gets. I think it's also too wide. So I'm going to go ahead and just narrow this blade up a bit. And I'm going to add a cross section that comes... That's way too long. Like, it's a couple inches. That, I still think this needs to be narrower. It is quite a slender sword. And then this cross section. You know what? I actually think the global flatten needs to be lower. I think my guess of about... I think 85 is good, with this being quite flat, because then this cross section comes to about here. It starts pretty much as soon as it gets wider. So I think I actually want that. That. I want it to get wider and then have that. It's quite a shallow cross guard. The cross section, that's the word. Yeah, no, it definitely curves inwards slightly. Just like that. And pull it back a bit. Yeah, that's looking good. I now feel like I've maybe narrowed the blade a bit too much, though. I'm going to make it slightly wider so that this cross section can come in a bit further and we get a sharper edge on that sword. That I think I'm looking happy with. And this cross section goes basically all the way to the very end. Like this. I need a point, a symmetrical point. That came out way too far. The point is like right at the end. It's quite chunky, to be honest. Quite a chunky point. Quite a chunky point. Bring that back a little bit. That's looking good to me. And now I can properly measure this cross section. Which... should end about there, but taper all the way in, I think. Us? No, not quite. I think maybe it needs a second cross section. Altair's sword from Assassin's Creed 2. Atala won the raffle. So I'm trying to make that very nice, simple, straight sword. Is this what I want? Yes, that is what I want. And another cross section was the solution. That's okay, Strix. I'll hit you next. No problem at all. You will be next. And no worries, Jack. I'll catch you later. I'm really enjoying this to the point that I might ask them if I can keep access after the playtest because they said I could do that. So it's a very shiny sword, so polish obviously needs to go all the way up. Handle, let's chuck one of them on. It is a... it tapers in slightly. Yeah, slightly, like that. Mild taper thick, mild taper slim. Slim handle's probably best. Yep. You can choose the type of weapon, and I will write your name on it. I don't have a horse. I don't have an eagle Atala. Will the horse do? That's by far the closest shape. Is that okay? Like, it's by far the closest. Because I don't have a bird. I'm going to put it there just while I wait for an answer. What kind of wrapping can I do here? I mean, it is black leather. I can't really wrap it the way that one's wrapped. Yeah, but nothing else really fits the design. I mean, I can pick something else that's kind of similar. Like, I could do this. It's roughly the right size. It's not really the right shape, though. I could do this. I don't have a bird. Bird. Next to it on the right, this one. Okay, that works. Let me just add like a ferrule. That, oh no, that looks weird. Never mind. I was gonna say it just looks a bit more normal, but no, it did not. That looks kind of normal, but then only if I do want to. These. Which I'm not going to do. I'll just do it like that. That's fine. Cross guard. Let's have a look what's here and what I can use. No. Something slightly curved is the thing. Because it's wings. Honestly, I think this is about as close as I'm going to get, Tyler. Just one of these super basic ones. Like that. There's not really anything else, you know? I think I did the rest of it pretty decent, though. Like, the blade looks right. It's got the little flat bit, then it gets wider, it comes out. I think I got the point. Like, I think I did the blades, like, spot on. I just don't have the parts to make the handle look right. You know? So sorry, boy. Yee. What do you want me to write on it? You want the full thing, la la lady? I can do that. Yeah, okay. Give me a sec. I'm not quite there yet. I just want to do, like, one of these. I can hear you breathing now and then. Dork. So there, that'll show you. Alright, L. Oh, this one's gonna be tricky to write. Unless I can... A is around here somewhere. I mean, at least this bit's actually like quite an easy because it's just la la la, and then D. No, that's G. D. I need to make a lot smaller. And then Y. I don't have a Y. I'll use this. A weird I. Is that an E sound? Should I just use I? I use the weird one. The umlaut. There you go. Blade of Lala Lady. Oof. Check it out on the anvil. Yeah, that's not bad, right? And its point of balance is all in the pommel. That's cool. No problem, boy. Alright, Strix. What you got for me, dude? Oops. Ooh. Just nearly closed OBS. Oopsies. Curved dagger. I can do that. Curved dagger. Dagger of Strix. I can do that. We haven't really done a short weapon yet, so this will be interesting. I'm just going to draw it out a good length for now. Flatten it all the way. So dagger will be nice and thin and sharp. Good choice by Jack. Yeah, do you want to see it real quick? Here's Jack's Dow. It was a massive pain getting this, like, shape in. A Chris. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. We've done that Chris, Brad. We've done this katana. We did the Blade of Altair, which I think you've just seen. Yep. Okay. I mean, if you want that kind of curved dagger, it's this easy to do. I do that, and then I do this. And you've got yourself a wiggly blade. So if you want that kind of curved dagger, I can do that. Because I was thinking literally like, obviously this is way too long. But I thought you meant a dagger that did this. So which is it you're after? You after the wiggles or just a curve? This blade's very long for a dagger. Second option. Okay. We'll do like 30 centimeters. Maybe I'm super wrong, but that seems like it could be dagger length. Brad, weapon master, moderator. 30 centimeters. 30 centimeters about right for a dagger. I could also even, because of the way this works, I could have it wiggle just in the middle. Big dagger, but sure. I'll shorten it a little bit then. I'm gonna bring it down to like 20. Because I can always make it longer again if it looks wrong. Yeah, I can make it wiggly all over. I can make it wiggle like just at the hilt. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I can absolutely do this however you want. So if there's something you want, give me a shout. For now, I'm just going to set up things like point and a cross section. Do you want a dagger with a blade on one side or a blade on both sides? Like if I was to do a cross section and drag this out. The edge here, would you want that like that on this one side, or would you want it on both sides? Like that. And the outward of the curve. Okay. Okay. So you'd want this. I'm also going to go ahead and add just placeholders for now. I'll let you pick stuff in a bit. I'm just going to go ahead and add like centerpiece and a handle just to kind of keep my scaling right. Like, for example, I think we can probably bring that out a couple more centimeters. Because that's now 25 with the handle. Okay. So, let's see what large looks like. That's some big wiggles. Do you want it wiggly along the entire length of the blade? Like this? Works like this. Cool, cool, cool. Drag that way back so it starts getting thinner as it goes along. Like, let me know if there's anything you want different here, dude. And I'll change it. I can also add one of these. I can add a fuller. Like a little groove along the center. There. Alright, I mean, dude, it's this easy. I just do this, and I add the curvature. I misunderstood before. I thought you meant you wanted it this way. I thought that's what you meant by the second option. This is very quick and easy to fix. I'm going to draw that out a little bit more, actually. We're curving it. The point needs to be on one side. And I'll need a point on the other side, is how we did it before, I think. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oops. Excuse me, I want this bit. Thank you. Cross section can probably be a bit. Bring it halfway through so that we do have that nice smooth gradient down to the sharp, 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 sharp blade. We want that blade to be super sharp. I can add a fuller. Yeah, I'm getting more. I'm understanding more of it, how it goes in. How it goes in? How it works. Getting a much better understanding of how some of this stuff works. Because, you know, it's easy to use, but it is also quite a complex system. And I'm doing it live, you know. So you've got that LP tax. Stream tax. Where it's just a little bit harder to do. Because it's live. Add this groove. Honestly, I think the fuller can come out further. Oh, but then it kind of hits the edge, so maybe not. But I appreciate that, man. Thank you. It's actually just... decoration. I think. But to be fair to them, they look pretty cool. Because on ours, we've got that fuller. Like this fuller basically starts right as the blade starts tapering down to this super sharp edge. Yes, absolutely. I can also add, because I've wanted to mess around with this, I can add another fuller, which I could bring over. Ooh. Ooh, that's interesting. That's not what I expected to happen at all. It's like combined the fullers. I was trying to make a secondary one go along the side. But I kind of like the weird off-center fuller. That's interesting. I wonder then, will side fullers, what will this do for me? Oh, it adds additional grooves along the edges, like that. That's kind of cool. I kind of want that to go all the way along. Oops. Okay, that's depth. Yeah, it's not what I expected to happen. I thought we'd have the channel here, and then I was going to run a smaller second channel just here. But I really like the way it's, like, angled together. I just need to tweak it slightly. I'll put that back. I just want to... Right, okay, that is changing angle. Control Z, that was good where it was. But is there a way for me to... There, that's what I want. I just want this... I just want it to come together a little bit cleaner. That kind of works. It's a little... I mean, if you zoom out even a tiny bit, it's pretty hard to notice. Alright. There we go. Now we've got that groove that goes all the way along. It's got a nice weird little off angle. Okay. Should I just run these fullers all the way to the end? I kind of feel like I should. Let me know that one. Side ones, yes. But they should taper off a bit harder, maybe. That's a bit weird. Is that actually... Yeah, one of them kind of veers off at the end. I know, that would be really cool. And, like, the thing is, right, I can add, like a little spike, right? Little spike right there. And I can actually apply a glow to that. So I can kind of make it a little bit cyberpunk, if you would like me to. I just don't have the ability to do anything right now with the fullers and the blade itself. The dev said earlier that those are things that will come later. Like, there will be more blade materials and stuff. But I can add lights and whatnot. Should you want me to? Right now, I'm just trying to fix that weird little line that goes off. Okay, yeah, it's part of this one. Maybe this just needs to taper off way harder. Yeah, that looks a bit better. Oh, it still needs to taper off slightly more, I think. Cool. So it's magic math for making swords gooder. Alright, how's this dagger looking for you, dude? Anything else you want changing, adding? We'll get into the handle and stuff. I'm talking about like just the blade here. Is there anything else you would like doing with it? I can do that, yes. Okay, we'll move on to the details then. I can give you a little short spike, which I'll leave here, or a longer spike. These also don't have to go on the blade. They can go anywhere you like, really. There's also pyramids. There's just squares, domes, just a like flat stud. Any of those take your fancy? Short spikes on the opposite of the edge. Okay. So if I scale these down slightly, I could do one of those there. One of them there. One of them there. I can make them glow yellow, blue, red. You after the blue? Blue or red? Your pick. What if we did something like that? 2 in 1. I thought there was kind of like you know, with the cyberpunk thing, almost like a charge indicator, you know? Like red for fully charged. This is a tool I would like them to add. They do look like materia. I would like them to add like an alignment tool. I kind of like that. Alrighty then. We can now... You can pick some handguards and stuff, my dude. I can go through them. There's some which are very big, but I can also scale them way down, so don't worry about that. I can change the size of anything you want. I'll make them big for now, though, just so they're easier to look at. So there's this curved one. There's a straight one. There's this sort of rounded one. That looks very daggery to me. So, fully round one, like for a gladius. Godless. Ooh, you could do that. Just put like a riser or something on it to separate them. I mean, you can totally do that if that's what you want to do. There are also, though, should you want some kind of guard, there are some very small, like, you know, if you just wanted like a little thing for the blade to go into, I can do one like that if you'd like. And then it just kind of looks like that's how the blade's attached, and it's not really a guard. How about that? Oh. Looks dope. Sick. As for handles, let me pull this off. You can have a fully straight one. There's... Oh, I rotated it. There's one that gets thinner at the bottom. The same thing, but it's a bit thicker overall. Slimmer one. Slimmer again. Thicker, more gradual taper. That one's odd. Thinner again. Thinner again. There's lots of different, like, tapering ins, basically. There is also this curvy one, which I think would maybe look pretty sick on your dagger. This twisted one. Also, let me go and turn the polish back up. I'm assuming you want the polish on this knife. I don't know what you'd rather. I can see it both ways for a cyberpunk knife. They're very shiny or not shiny at all, right? Those are like the two types of cyberpunk. Chrome or shit. So, polish, no polish. That's a mean looking knife, gotta be honest. Like, that knife's gonna hurt some people. Not shiny at all. Easy peasy, I can just delete it. Alright. Last few details. I'll have you pick a pommel, and then we'll do materials, basically. So, again, I can scale these down. These are quite large. I'll scale one down now. You've got this sort of clamshell kind of shape. You've got a round one. You've got a round one with an indent. In the indent, this like emblem can fit quite nicely. You've got this one, sort of geometric one. This spade looking one. This other like geometric one. Again, I can scale these down to make the size a bit more appropriate. This, I don't even know how to describe it. Three-lobed. Norse three-lobed. Just a ring, like this, like a little cap, like what you'd get on the bottom of a katana. Or a horse. Yeah, katana one absolutely works. Smooth and clean. Do you want any more kind of studs or anything anywhere else on the blade? Like... spike on the bottom or something, you know? Or are you perfectly happy with the smooth and clean handle as well? While you type, I'm just gonna very quickly start. Oops. Nah, okay. Oops. There it is. I forgot. This way. Is there an X? Let's find out. I mean, yeah, sorry. I've just been writing everyone's names on them. Like, anyone that asked for stuff. I've just been writing names on them. I don't have to put your name on it if you don't want it on there. It also doesn't have to be on the blade. I could fit it on the bottom of the pommel here if you wanted. But I absolutely don't need to write your name on it if you'd rather it be without. That's fine too. Apparently D. F-U, whatever that is, A-R-N-H-W-G-K-I-J-E-Z-M-E-B-T-S, that thing. D-O. Hmm. Alright. Like, it doesn't look like there's an X anyway, which is a bit of a shame, but I could literally just, you know, if we don't really care about the accuracy all that much, I could add an X. But again, you don't have to have your name on it. That's just what I have been doing. Brooks. What is that? Oh, I put a letter on the handle, apparently. I don't know when I did that. Alright. There's only like one thing left to do, basically. You love it. Sick. You can decide what kind of metals you want these little metal bits. I can't change the blade, unfortunately. So if you want them to match the blade, it would be this one, I think. But other than that, you've got black leather, brown leather, red, oxblood, green, blue, snake skin. That is plain wood. This is fine wood. Light wood, dark wood, like metal wire wrapping. That's rope wrapping. Obsidian, which has been popular so far today. Ivory. And then clay. And then the glowing ones, if you wanted the handle to glow. But that's a lot. That's very bright. It could also, if you wanted, like if I just chuck this back to wood or something, if you wanted, like, you could have more parts of this glow if you want them to. Blue on the end of the handle and dark wood. I mean, that's a pretty cool dagger, in my opinion. That's probably the thing I'm happiest with so far. I think that's a very cool dagger. Sick. All right. Now tell me, dude, are you gonna be playing this playtest in a few days? Do you plan on doing that? Because it goes public on Sunday. Possibly earlier if goals are met. Because if you are, I can send you this dagger. Yeah, it's really cool. Sure, I plan to. Well, here you go then, man. If you save that somewhere, you see this bit here, paste magic words. If you take those words and you paste them in here and hit conjure, it'll generate the knife for you. So you'll be able to take your knife and play with it and tweak it any way you want it to. And you won't risk losing it because you'll still have the magic words, which will always be this version of the knife. And see, look, I've got two now because it generated another one. So there you go. That is your dagger. You now own it. Ready for when you play. Yeah, no problem. Next. More swords. I was gonna do another random, but there's not really many other people here. Actually, no, there's a few names in here I don't see. So we'll do one of these. Adam, are you there? You got picked before, but you didn't answer me when it was time for a sword. Mr. Adzor123, please report to the front desk. You got a type of sword you want to see, buddy? I can't seemingly put holes in things, so I don't think I can do the one you wanted me to. I tell you what, Adam, for you, should I try and make a spear? Because you can. You can make a spear. Axe. I could probably make an axe with very clever shape work. Like, very clever use of the tools. For reference, someone on the server made a lightsaber. I know that for a fact. I know someone at some point made a gun. And I showed this off earlier, but I don't know if everyone was here then. Here's an image. Someone used the shaping tools to make a frog. So if you're really clever with it, you can do a lot of shapes. Hello, Suonova. We're making swords. So yeah, you can make all sorts. Like, this is a frog. Someone made that. So I could probably make an axe if I tried. I'm happy to see you too, Suo. And Adam, let me very quickly find out. Because there'll be an easy way to know. I draw this out, I flatten it. If I... No. Suo just calls me clown. If I was to add, like, flamberge stuff to one side only... That doesn't seem to work. Which is a shame. I think there is a way to make... Oh, what? Yeah. Stuart calls me clown. I've got someone that calls me foolsy. If I broaden this... And then I... No, don't... Yeah. There we go. Hell yeah. You want to see some of the ones we've made? This was the very first one I made. Just figuring stuff out. I just tried to make a very normal sword, so it's very boring. And we've been writing people's names on it. So this says Bladesong, which is the name of the game. Then God Gamer asked for a katana. So this is the God Gamer katana. Lo-Fi, who is unfortunately gone to work, you missed him, wanted a Chinese Dao, so this is the Lo-Fi Dao. Not super happy with the way this end turned up, but it was the best I could do. Lala lady. Oh no! Oh no! We seem to have had a crash. That's the first one, though, in 3.5 hours. That's the one and only crash we've had. They're all saved, thankfully. Thankfully. Yeah. Lala Lady wanted the Sword of Altair from Assassin's Creed 2, so I did the very best I could. The blade is, like, super accurate, but I didn't have the tools for the handle, unfortunately. Also, let me... Everything just shrank. Large. There we go. Lamberge type like blade for a spear. I'm eager to try this game. Yeah, dude. I found out about it on a tweet that was like, if you would like to stream this game, let us know. And I was like, all right. I've got like 27 followers, right? I'm not a big streamer, but this seems neat. And I might as well shoot my shot, right? You know, I might as well go for it and see what I can get. And then they sent me a code. And I was like, oh, okay. And like getting to work with a developer on something is a big dream for me. That's a big win. So I'm very happy with this arrangement. And they shared my stream around and stuff, but I didn't care about that. I just wanted to work with the dev and play the game. So yeah, it's been very cool. And then the last one we made, this is probably the best thing we made so far, Suo, is Strix, who just spoke in chat. We ended up making him like a curved cyberpunk dagger. And it turned out really sick, in my opinion. I am a big fan of this one. But now, Adam, I will try and make you your Kaine sword, but if I can't, I will make you a spear. Yeah. There's names on it and everything. I've definitely seen someone... I've definitely seen an image of someone doing like a serrated blade. I don't know how they did it. And the developer isn't here anymore for me to ask. So we're on our own. I wonder if I make a cross section. So the blade's kind of like in two sections and then add some flamboyance to just the same side. No, it's just staying medium. Flamboyance small, can I do it? I don't know, dude. I thought maybe you could, but I don't know if I can try. Like, sorry, I don't know if I can get it to work. If you can do it, I don't know how. If I was to curve it. If I had a point, so that, you know, this is the bladed side. Will it let me do it? It really won't. I can only make it wiggly on two sides, Adam. I do not seem to be making it wiggly on just one side. It's a shame. I wonder if I, like, put a narrow along the entire blade and made that asymmetrical. Like, if I had scalloped... Wavy scalloped. What's the scalloped? Probably shouldn't have picked small if I wanted to see the effect. That's as opposed to... Because if you make this, like, sharp enough, it does get pointy. Yeah, at the start of the stream, I need to see how many pets he had at the very start, because I clearly forgot to reset it between streams. So that bingy count is not accurate. I need to check it. But if I do this, and I do this, and I do this, if I narrow this... Okay. Okay. Hang on. Yo, Adam, we're in business. And now, there was a way. How did I do it before? Yeah, I basically just narrowed this half of the blade to literally not be here anymore. And then broadened the other half of the blade to drag that side out. Which is weird. Now, there was a way I did it before when I was messing around with the flamboyance. Oops. Oh, but if I delete the flamboyance, I have to do it all over again. There was a way I did it before that made, like, proper sharp edges. What was it? Is the question. Because that'll just... I mean, what if I added it again? Like, if I just keep stacking it, will it become teeth? You know? Again. So it seems like the wavy one will always add to that edge. But the scarlet one... Alright, Adam, I'm gonna be real. I don't know how to... Oh, that point's looking weird. Delete the point. It doesn't really have a point anyway. It does kind of sword. Deal, like, get rid of the curve out. I don't really know how to get them to, like, curve towards me. I have no idea how to get those to curve. So this might be as good as it gets. But, like, they are teeth. They would hurt. You know? Oh. Where'd they go? So they're not necessarily super sharp. What if I just keep adding flamboyance though? Will that do it? Like, what if we just make it even more flamboyant? They're getting longer. They aren't necessarily getting sharper. But you know, I'll take it. I think that last one was maybe too much. Let's get rid of one. Bloodborne Sword. It's not, but it totally is. Like, like it's not Bloodborne Sword. That's not what he's asked for, but it is kind of Bloodborne Sword. You know, like, it is a very similar weapon. Which, honestly, I'm just about finished with. I need another narrow, I think. And I only need it, like, here. Oh, that's facing the wrong way. No, that's not right. I was able to recenter the handle after that. Yeah, I did see that. If I add another broaden, going the opposite way. If there is, I don't know it. And there's probably a clever way to use the broadens and the narrows to make it work. Like, you know what, actually, I could probably... add another narrow. This way? I don't know. I'm not sure. Honestly. Is my honest answer. Probably. And if there is, it'll be... I mean, hang on. I get a broaden and put it equal. Ah, but then the blades start coming out again. And if I narrow this more and broaden this more... And narrow this some more. Yeah, not really. I can't really recenter it. Unfortunately. That is a shame. Well, that's okay. We'll manage. Why does my cross-section stop early? I mean, actually, that kind of makes sense. That is the last tooth. We'll do that anyway. Alright. So, the rest of this. Right, we're going to add a fuller. That's actually perfect, the way that's settled along the top of the blade, because that's what I wanted. A rim on the edge of that blade. So that worked perfectly. Make it a little bit wider if I can. Yeah. Tight, tight, tight. Also, how long did I make this fucking thing? Very long. Very, very long. We could probably shorten that a bit. Alright. Honestly, there's not much left to do for this one. It's a dirty, rusty, toothed blade. I go into here. I get a big round thing. Big round thing. What big round thing can I use? Not one of them. Big round guard? Do I have a big round guard? That'll do it. It's a bit big. Sorry, I'm just having to tab in and out. Honestly, though, it's probably the best shout. I just scale it down some. And then do... It's a short handle that tapers outwards. One of these. Then another one of those. Two straight handles. And something this shaped. But it's got a little metal ring. And then it's got like a little nubbin on the end. So actually, I think we need this one scaled up. On the end, we need a little nubbin. I mean, that's kind of it. But maybe I can do better. Maybe just a big spike. Looking at this. This is kind of black. This is kind of black. This is kind of black. This looks brass to me. Then this, and this look like steel to me. Alright, Adam, it's a bit rubbish because I can't really do like the color of the blade. And I can't get the teeth to be short. So it's a bit rubbish, but here is a Kaine sword. I hope you like it. That might be another one for a later day. that we're able to do something with that. Tiny sword. Oh! Who's here? Who's hanging out in chat that hasn't had a sword yet? Suo hasn't. Bunja hasn't. Is there anyone else that would like a sword? Brad has not had a sword. That's 3 people that have not had a sword. Would Suo or Bunja like a sword? Because if not, I'll just do one for Brad. And then we'll do someone else's. Sure. Okay. I can do this. Hey, Bunja. It got you right away. They picked God Gamer 5 times in a row earlier. You only got 1 sword, though. Bunja, is there a type of sword you would like try and make you? Because I'll do my very dung dang best. You got a katana, dude. I mean, dude, once everyone that wants one has had one, I'll come back and do you another one if you want. A Bowie knife. I can certainly give a Bowie knife a go. Bowie knife, I don't care. Whichever one it is. Like, where's Gigi's 5 remaining swords? In his ass. Ooh, okay. Right. Okay. Let's go. We need a dagger. Cross section on. Of 20 to 30 centimeters in length. Means, for the sake of ease, I'm going to go ahead and chuck a handle on it right now. Why is that so small? Whatever. I'm going to chuck a handle on it right now. And a... and a pommel. A crossguard, rather. Just for scale. And now we're going to go back to this tab, and we're going to draw out, and we're going to make this blade, say 25 centimeters. Which I think makes it shorter than the dagger we made for Strix. It does, by a lot. Strix has more of a short sword, to be honest. Like, it's a very, very big dagger, because a Bowie knife is apparently only, like, 30 centimeters long. That's fine. Bowie knives are kind of thick, so we'll only flatten this down to, like... yeah, good thick knife. I'll even go to 75. We'll have a very aggressive taper to the blade edge. Right. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So, what I'm gonna need right away is a point. Here's a tip and a spear behind it. I'm going to do 2 separate points so I can change them. I'm going off a picture of a Bowie knife I'm looking at right now, which is where I'm getting this from, by the way. I also need to broaden this blade by, like, a lot. Is Bowie knife thick? Them's thick boys. cross section. One-sided, please. This is going to go all the way to the edge. That's going to go all the way to the very, very tip. Yeah. Well, our lady is correct. If you're enjoying the stream, please do consider giving a follow. Because then we can hang out again soon. And that would be cool, in my opinion. You people are fun to hang out with. So if you're enjoying, give me a follow. And we can hang out again. I won't always be making swords, but I will often be thinking about swords. Swords are cool. Dagger just doesn't look right unless it curves ever so slightly. I think it's also this thing. I think this thing is like really big in its throat. Let me just get a straight one. That I think is now thinner than the blade, yeah. So I've got an image of a Bowie knife up right now, which is why I'm doing this. It's got like a big cross section along the bottom half. And then it's got like a more shallow one along the top. Yeah. Straight and thick, nice. That's a hell of a first time chat. That's a hell of a way to make yourself known, dude. I like it. If you don't enter with a dick joke, did you even really join the chat? I'm going to delete this curvature because the blade really doesn't curve until like the end. I'm going to reset it. Do this so this curves. Yeah, that's looking more like a fucking knife. The tip curving up at the end. That's looking more like it. This cross section though, I think can come a bit further back. Because I curved it and I was like, that's not quite right. That can be a bit longer. Wish I could, but it's too late for me to make a good... We'll all pretend. We'll all pretend. And yeah, I think you're right, Bunger. I think it is too thick. So I think it needs to come up, like... Now it's still pretty thick along the top, but then it tapers out to a pretty aggressive point. Okay. Bowie knife obviously has to... Oh, now it's looking like a fucking Bowie knife. Look at that. I'm pretty happy with this, how this is turning out already, to be honest. Is there anything else I even really need to do with the blade? That looks nice. Thank you. Like, is there anything else I even need to do? That looks pretty... spot on to what I'm looking at, to be honest. Thick. Oh, yeah, you want a fuller? I can do that. Like, you want it dead center here, like along the edge of the taper? Like that? Because I can also offset it at all, if you would like. Make it start not at the pommel. I can absolutely have it fade in like this. I can make it a bit thinner because it's hitting that cross section. I can thin it down. Like that. Get that in a little bit more. Okay. How's that? Looks very nice. All right. That's pretty much the blade done then. That one actually went very, very quickly. There's a very noticeable sense of improvement when you're playing this. You know what, though? What is it I'm... At this point? Is that what's causing that? Yeah, okay. That, I think, could start a bit further back. And its cross-section could start a bit further forward. Noise vein. Thick, hard, has a vein. Man. Curvature, I am actually going to add to the entire knife. Well, no, like the body of the knife. Like here. It's going to be very slight. Just to kind of get a sense of that blade curving around. It's either that or actually, what would be better than that would probably be get this bottom point and just drag that along, but then turn it down? No, that's not really working, is it? Maybe not that far then. This one? This one. Drag it out to like there. How are we feeling about that, Bunger? And the image I'm looking at, these two cross sections come very close. So there's just a very thin bit in the middle. Yeah, of course. Super easy. I grab the fuller, and I can just... I can move it further up. So it's more central. Anything else, boss? You know, I think it's actually gonna look... Maybe make it start at the sharp part. Okay. I can have it start there. And I think it's maybe gonna look a little bit better. Oops. If I grab it and I move it over slightly. So it's not quite as on that edge. Maybe even more. Maybe towards the top. Is that not how some Bowie knives usually are? This groove not normally run like along the top like that? Center of the top part. Give me 1 second. I've adjusted this cross section overzealously. It needs to come out a bit more. There we go. Center of the top part. So... You mean like shrink it down a bit? Like bring it in like this? Oh, I see. Then let me just Oops. Let me hit some undos. And then let me... bring it into, like, there. Slightly up. How we doing? I can also, if you don't want, like, the sharp edge on this, if you want just the rounded edge, I can bring this to where it was, and then end the, See what I mean? So it's got more of a rounded edge instead of a sharp edge. But if you don't like that, it's very easy to just hit undo a bunch of times. Rounded one more. Excellent. Let me just reposition this slightly now. Oops. All right. That's a knife. Okay, okay, okay. Nice. Right. Is there a particular type of guard or handle you would like? I can remove this, and I can go through them quickly. I can scale them whatever size you want. Nice knife, mate. Exactly. There's this curved one. There's a flat one. There's this rounded one. Like a gladius looking one. A smaller flat one. Big curvy Zweihander one. Again, though, I can scale it down. It's like a katana suba. There are also just like these like flat ones you can add things to the sides of. And then, yeah, these are the things you can add to the sides of them. Any of those take your fancy. Second flat one. This one. Okay. And then do you want anything on the sides of it, or do you like it as it is? Or do you want it bigger, maybe? Like this? Things you can put on the... as it is good. Okay. Let's get it back down a bit then. Things you can put on the ends of it. Oh wait, no. As is. Right. I see what you mean now. I like putting one of these in. I just think it makes the hilt look more natural. However, though, we could also do a metal ring. That might look more normal for this. Oh. This one. Do you just want regular, straight, grip? There are some that taper in. There are some that taper out. There's this twisty one. Like, you see, there's some that, like, go in super far. Regular straight will do, no problem. For pommels, you've got this thing. You've got this round one. This round one, which, it's a little hard to see, but it's got an indent in the middle. This sort of hexagonal one. This spade-looking one. This little, like, gem-like one. This three-lobed one. A simple cap, like the bottom of a katana. Or a horse. Or a horse. Ugh. Horse knife. If there was a dragon, that would be cool, but there unfortunately is not one in the game as of right now, which is a shame. I don't know, man. Fantasy. The katana cap is just very simple, if that's all you're after. Yeah, maybe. Maybe even without the second ring. Kind of looks more normal. All right. There are decorations you can add should you wish. Like you can add some spikes, some pyramids, some studs. You don't have to add any of that if you don't want to. Other than that, it's just what do you want your handle to be wrapped in and what material do you want these little metal bits to be. We've got stuff like obsidian, different woods, some metals, different colors of leather, snake scales. So if anything down here takes you fancy, shout it out. These ones glow very bright. They glow very, very bright. I can indeed put snakeskin on to see. I can also turn this off. That makes things a bit easier to see, doesn't it? On an anvil, perhaps? Oh, what? I went through too many. Snake scale, hell yeah. Just like God Gamer's katana. Let's go. And what about the metal parts? I've got, for metals, I've got rough steel, brushed steel, polished brass, gold. And then, you know, there's the rocks like obsidian, ivory, clay. There's woods. Like dark wood. Or light wood. There's also wire wrap. I keep forgetting about the wire wrap. The ring and cap, try obsidian. Obsidian's been popular. There you go. And if you want this to be a bit shinier to match this, that could be that. Then it looks kind of shiny like the blade. But if you liked it how it was, it's like this. Just the normal black for ring and cap. The black leather. Like that. That's kind of neat. Alright, hell yeah. Now, I'm gonna be real, dude. There is nowhere on this weapon for me to write your name. Unless we write it along here. The Bunger. I'm gonna name this knife the Bungernator. Oh, it is very tiny. True. Hang on. Let me well, first of all, let me just turn off the polish for a sec. So I can see. Hang on, yeah. Very, very tiny. Just put a B on the pommel. That would also work. Just add. I was just gonna add Bunger. Don't worry. Way ahead of you. I can write it like along here. Bunger. Is there even a U? There is a U. Grab this. N. Oh, no, that's S. I do not speak Futhark. Please forgive me. Bunger. No longer Bowie knife, now Bunger knife. Oh. Let me just go back. Make this thing nice and shiny again. Hell yeah. I'm pretty happy with the way that one turned out as well, actually. It's pretty cool that I've only been using this tool for a couple of hours and I'm churning out stuff that looks like that. Like, that's pretty sick. Alright. Would anyone else in chat like a sword? Suanova's here. Rallyku started chatting. I don't know if you'd like a sword. Brad's here. Would Brad like a sword? Who wants a sword? Chime up if you'd like a sword. I'll make you a sword. Alternatively, at some point, we do have... You wait your turn. We do have... While I wait to see if people want swords, we are going to quickly check out the wrong sword. Because someone on the Discord sent me this sword and went, hey, dude, see if you can find out what the problem with this sword is. And I don't know what the problem with this sword is. Is it the wiggly waves? He's got little spikes. I don't know how he did that. Unless he literally just added some spikes, but it doesn't look like it. But he sent me this. And he said I had to find out what's wrong with it. And I... Cross section? That's the little wave in. That looks very nice. Wait. Oh, the fuller goes along the fucking top of the blade. Well, that's a weird one. Wait. Ron, I think. Or wrong. It might be wrong. Hang on, because I think I just figured it out. Yeah, okay, I've got it. So this isn't a blade on its side. This top, the bit we're looking at now is the flat of the blade. This is the edge. He hasn't flattened it. So it's like a chunk of metal that he's just made very narrow. So like, oops, I just nearly closed fucking OBS again. To demonstrate, so he started with one of these, right? And he's done this, right? And then instead of flattening it and getting an edge by hitting like point or whatever, right? He's left it that way. And just narrowed it. And made it look like it's on its side by getting to a handle and oops, just rotating it. That's what's wrong with the wrong sword. Okay, cool. So really it's like, it's a slapstick. You hit them with the flat part to hurt them. Alright. I will once again ask Rallyku, Suonova, I am Bobby Joe. Do any of you guys want a sword? Because we can make you a sword. Yeah. I do, but I'll wait my turn. Radiku's good. Suonova doesn't seem to be answering either. At least so far. Alright. I mean, I might stream this again. So, there's a good chance I might stream this again, actually, in the next week. Gotta go to work soon anyway. Well, dude, if you want to come back and have a sword made, just drop me a follow. Come back. Get your sword. You want to unfollow after that? You can. That's entirely your choice. If you just want to follow for a sword, that's fine. But that will let you know when I am doing this again. Thank you for the follow, dude. Oh, I usually have alerts on for that. But I don't have them on because of because I made a new scene for this game. Yeah. If you just want to follow so you get a sword, that's fine. But that will let you know when I am making swords again. All right, Brad, I think that leaves you, buddy. What sword does Mr. Bobby Joe crave in his heart? You're either gonna pick something really easy or really hard. Pet to Mighty Bingus. To Mighty King Bingy. You have two choices. Yeah, hit me. There's only like an hour left in stream. So like, if we spend an hour on this one, that's fine. Oh. All right, also a Bingy knife. I do plan, if I do another stream of this, we will make a kingly sword for Bingus. Also, anyone in the chat that is watching for this game, the devs have just updated. Again, I will reiterate, this is obviously just the tech demo for the game that will be out at some point. I don't know when it'll be out. The playtest will be out on Sunday, publicly. If you want it earlier, you can go and follow. But basically, you can meet certain follow goals, milestones, and the playtest will release 12 hours earlier for everyone you do. The 4 milestones are follows and wish lists on Steam. That's 1. Subscribe to the newsletter. Subscribe to the YouTube. Follow them on Twitter. From the looks of this, the Steam wish lists is almost done. They're almost at 300. And if that caps out, the playtest will become available 12 hours earlier. So you can potentially get this a full 2 days earlier if we finish all 4. So if you want it earlier, go follow Bladesong basically everywhere. You can get to a bunch of those links. Man. You can get to a bunch of those links here. I will get this game in your hands a little bit earlier. Again, the 4 that matter are wishlist and follow on Steam, subscribe to the newsletter, subscribe to YouTube, follow them on Twitter, and then maybe you get to play this game on Friday instead of Sunday. It's really fun. With that, though, Uruk-hai Chopper or Khopesh? Uruk-hai Chopper. Oh, with the fucking... the weird little point on the end? Alright, well, I mean, hang on. We're going to do the chopper. We're going to do the chopper right now, because I think the chopper's going to be very easy. Not that long. We're going to add... handle. Doesn't really have a hilt. Yeah, I'll just fucking... cap it and add like, where are my risers? I'll add a riser, a metal ring. Right, with that though, Uruk-hai Chopper. I flatten this out. I add a cross section. That gives it a blade. But I only want that on one side. There's that. I don't want it to taper. I do want a little notch in the blade here, though. How would I do that? I wonder. I did kind of make a chisel. That's the thing. I need to widen this. Then I think I need a narrow I think I need the narrow to only be like here. I need it to like taper in. All right, there's your little notch at the front, Brad. And then I think on the end here, all I need is a broaden doing a similar thing. I need that one on the other side. Oh, it's the wrong side. I need it to broaden very, very much big. Is there a way to get that angle on it? How would I get it to go back on itself? I don't know if I can make it go back on itself. If there is a way to do it, I'm not smart enough to do it, probably. That's the thing. I don't know how I would get it to go angle backwards. Let me delete that. I mean, a point would help, right? Oh, I mean, Brad, we're getting pretty close. I mean, hey, Brad, we're getting pretty close. Well, would you look at that, boss? Would you look at that? That's even maybe a bit tall. There you go, Brad. Does that satisfy you? Is that one Urukai chopper good enough? Because I don't think there's a way I ever get this closer than this, to be honest. Oh yeah, that's good enough. Is there a way to angle this bit, though? Probably not. Okay. Uruk High Chopper. Alright. No, I wouldn't know. I guarantee there's a way. I don't know. And I could sit here for the entire hour trying to figure out how to do that one angle. Or we could try and do a Korpesh. Because a Korpesh is something I knew you would suggest. And have been dreading that you would suggest. Because a Korpesh is not an easy sword to make. That's a weird shaped sword. So yeah, I think that's a good one to finish it on, is to try and figure out a decent Korpesh. The wheel. The wheel? The demon? Yeah. First I'm going to make it really long, because I don't know how much I'm going to have to curve this thing. Chainsaw wheel from Elden Ring. God damn, dude. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Boo boo doo doo boo doo doo doo. How long did I make this? 100 centimeters. That's probably overkill. We'll go for a nice 70. We'll flatten it. We're going to broaden it slightly. Just slightly. I need metal to work with. What do you used to stream usually? This week, I stream... I'm still pretty new. But I stream basically whatever I feel like playing. But, like, not in the sense that it's different every stream. It's just, I'll pick a game and I'll play the whole thing. Like, I'll do a series. Recently, so far, it's been the new Prince of Persia game, The Lost Crown. I think we're nearly done with that. It's been a ROM hack of Pokemon Crystal called Pokemon Fool's Gold. We played a little of an arcade game called Dome Keeper. That was really fun. And on Friday, I'll be playing the Alan Wake Dead by Daylight DLC. With I Am Bobby Joe. But, like, I plan to play RPGs. I plan to play shooters. I plan to play platformers. I'm going to play a little bit of everything. But I'm also, like, you know, completely willing to be like, hey, if people have a game they would like to see next, and if people go, yeah, let's do this, I'll be like, yeah, sick, that sounds good. So, lots of different things. Are you new to DBD? No, but I'm not, like, a hardcore player either. It's a on and off again relationship. I'll play it really intensely for a little while, and then I'll drop off it for, like, months. So I haven't played it in quite a little while, actually. If I check my Steam, I'm on the wrong account. I haven't played it in a little while. But every now and then, I do get really into Dead by Daylight for a little while, and then I stop. That's the same for me. Show up on Friday, dude. I'll be playing the new Survivor. Because I love Alan Wake. So I want to play that guy. And I Am Bobby Jules going to play with me. I've played Inscription. We talked about this the other day, Bungie. I love card games. I played Inscription. But I will play it again. Like... I absolutely will play it again. But hell yeah. I mean, dude, Strix, if you show up on Friday to, like, when we're playing Dead by Daylight, if you could hop in the lobby with us if you wanted, I would have no problem with that. Friday night is D&D night for me. Ah, fair enough. I don't know what time zone you're in, but I tend to start at 3 p.m. GMT. Because I'm English. So I don't know what time that will be for you. But you can also go below the stream and hit schedule. And it will be in there in your local time zone. So whatever time it says below the stream for you for Friday, 6, so you're probably only an hour later than me. Then for you, I'll be going live at like 4 p.m. I think. If France is even an hour later, you might not be. I know a lot of Europe is. Yes, being 4 p.m. Hell yeah, then. Well then, Friday afternoon for like 5 hours, I'll be playing some DBD. You're welcome to hop in. Like I'm completely chill about this. If you want to hop in for 10 minutes just to say hi, cool with me. If you don't want to show up, cool with me. You want to come in but not chat for the entire 5 hours, cool with me. You want to come and play some DBD until it's time for D&D? Fine with me as well. Absolutely also chill. Completely fine. I'll say the same to you as I said to Radiku. If you don't, obviously, you don't have to follow me. I'm not, if you follow me or not, that's your choice. I really don't mind. But if you do follow me, you will get a notification when I go live. Thank you very much for the follow, Strix. But I do. Hell yeah, dude. You've been a pleasure to talk to, so I'd absolutely be happy to see you here again. Because, like, I'm playing DBD on Friday this week, but I could play DBD another day. You know? It's pretty fluid here. But no, yeah, thank you for the follow very much. Welcome everyone to the Royal Court of King Bingy. Again, I usually have alerts set up, so there would have been a little noise and a yay, followed, but I forgot to add them to my new scene in OBS that I made for making swords. So that's a shame. But I'll sort that for next time. I have a love-hate relationship with DBD. So do I, and I think so does everyone that plays it that isn't like a DBD content creator. Like I'm playing it right now because I want to play Alan Wake because I really liked Alan Wake and he's the new DLC. That's why I'm playing it. I want to play as Alan. But yeah, love-hate relationship with DBD is a very, 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 very common thing. But no, yeah, seriously, thank you for the follow, the two of you that have followed. I truly do appreciate the hell out of it. I need another curvature. It's Alan Wake as a survivor. But I would have loved it if it was both. It just unfortunately was not. Noob. Oh, God. I don't even think I know that name. To be honest. The sword needs to be longer. Oh, that's a big curve. That's also probably curved too much. Kopesh is straighter than that. That's probably around the right basic shape, right? Right? Like... That used to be the reference for DBD Survivor's Epic 360, but he got burned out by the game. Ah, I see. That's a shame. It's tough when there's one game that is like all you play all the time. And if that game's, you know, not very good, like, that can be rough. And DBD goes through periods of being great to being pretty bad. So that is unfortunate. There's a very simple answer to that, Tala. Money. Vine boom money. Now, how am I gonna do this? Money. It was money. Yes. How do I get the harsh drop off? I wonder. First of all, I think this sword's way too long. Otstava's a very, very, very chill guy. I like Otstava a lot. Ots is a very good dude. This is complex, Brad, you rascal. Who'd have imagined? Kolpesh? Complex? It couldn't be me. I think we can bring that out like that. I think I need another point on the other side. It's to be... this? Yes, yes, yes. And another broaden, I think. That needs to be here, and the blade needs to get broader here. We're gonna delete all that. This is hard just to get, like, the shapes right. At least in the Kolpesh I'm looking at, because it comes out, right? And then it's got a very, like... I don't know how to get that sharpness. Maybe I just need much smaller curves. Now, let me get rid of all this. Let me just... because I guarantee you can do it. I don't think there's any part of the Kolpesh I shouldn't be able to do. I'd say it starts about that far in. It does kind of just drop. I wouldn't know how to make a corner here, though. Unless I maybe, broaden. And then, like, bring that in. And make it only on the top. Button. No. That doesn't do it. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just have to grind this specific edge. Nice boomerang. Thanks, man. Even that, I don't know how to get round edges, because all this stuff, like... So I don't know how to get straight edges, because this always rounds the edge. Because the Corpesh is ultimately, right, it's straight, and then it just dips, and I don't know how to get those sharp edges. It is basically an axe. I wonder if it's these tapers. I wonder if this is how I get sharp edges. That looks promising. That looks very promising. Maybe it's like very, very deliberate use of profile tapers. Like if I add a curvature, I come further back. I come to like here. And I add a curve. Then I add a profile taper, and I come to like where this is. No, I really don't know how to do that out and then in kind of look to it. I wonder if I just search Corpesh in the... Alright, so how I'm seeing the Corpeshes in the server, it would appear that no one's able to get these hard edges. People are doing the Corpesh with the softer edges. So the Corpeshes people seem to be doing are like, you know, come out to like here, bend the sword. Actually, I guess bend it really hard, like right here. Right, and add another curvature. Put it like here. Like, people are doing this kind of Corpesh, not the one where it goes out, then, like, diagonally back. You know what I mean? So will this kind of Corpesh do you, Brad? Is this still good enough? It's the best we got. It's the best we got right now. There's every chance this will become easier to do at a later time. Because this is an incredibly robust tool right now. There's no telling what it'll end up being later. Because again, this is just a tech demo. This is incomplete. Entirely incomplete. Alright. I need a third curvature. No, do I? Or do I just need to do this? And then roll the blade out. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Too iconic not to be. Let me add just a third and final curvature. Over here. A little one. Maybe not the way we imagined. Exactly. Maybe this curve is too aggressive. And then this one's not aggressive enough. And then this can come back to like here. The Korpesh in our hearts, the Korpesh in our dreams. Oh, this is wrong. There we go. Point. Nope. Oops. Add a new point. Put it the other way. Drag this up. Add a broaden blade. Make this wider. That's softer. Thing is, I would love to have this be a sharper point, but I'm not sure exactly how to do that. How did I do it? Here. On the chopper. How did I do this end? I did another point on the top and used a broaden to... Okay, right. Yes. That's what I'm trying to do, though. That's what I was already doing. So how did I get that nice sharp edge? I mean, that's a nice sharp edge. But I want it to... I just need another, like, tiny curvature. Will that make this look right? No, I think I know what I need. I think I need a super tiny narrow. Makes the arrow only on one side. But stop. No, that doesn't really do it, does it? I just want it to curve nicely. Brad, you bastard, man. is very annoying. Glad we are no longer friends. Lose my number, I think. Yeah. Should add a cross section. It's kind of ridiculous how much better these things fucking look just when you add a cross section. I cry. As well you should. You bastard, man. I've added the polish and now I can't see anything. Stops more like there. I can tell you. I can literally tell you, dude. Let me pull up my thing. So the rest of the game is going to be. The deal is going to be. So the rest of the gameplay is going to be you getting commissions from customers, which are going to like challenge you to make swords that look certain way, like have certain stylistic properties and like functional properties to make a sword that is both pretty and useful, right? While you are the blacksmith of a closed-in city called Erin Keep. Erin Keep is one of the last safe places humanity have in the world because there was an event called the End of Divinity. It's like a full-on fantasy, like big problem setting. But that's what's going to be going on with the story. Arak. Let me quickly pull this up. I mean, in Arak, looking at this from Game of Thrones, this is basically a Khopesh. Literally, Bungie, I googled Arak, and on the second row of images, there's a picture of a Khopesh. So I am kind of making an Arak, because an Arak is basically a Khopesh. Yeah, I hope that gives you some answers. Tricks. That is what's going to be happening in the story mode. I think I have stuff on that as well. You're gonna like have dialogue options and stuff to make. Like you're gonna talk to the people of the town as your smith develops. I'm pretty sure. It must be in here. FAQ. I don't know where I saw it, but they've said something about like having dialogue options and dialogue trees, I think. I'm not sure about that part of it, Bungie, actually. But it does say you're gonna have to use like your money to where is it? Using the earned money and experience to evolve, forge, and skills. So it's very possible you may have to worry about supply. Oh, there's more about the story here. As a player, you will take the role of a swordsmith in the city of Erin Keep, one of mankind's last standing cities after the gods have banished themselves in an act of desperation. Run your forge, fulfill customer commissions, perfect your craft and tools, Find your way in a city governed by an idolized ruler with an iron grip and build a loyal team of those you deem trustworthy. So you're going to make connections with the people in the town, Strix, and you're going to use that to deal with a nasty government official, basically. He will be one of the problems with the game. Hope that's helpful, dude. Yeah, I mean, I can drop you this. That's a short TikTok and a short YouTube video that have some more of like the expanded gameplay in it, little snippets of it. I can deal with no, I need to pay back the money, but get that whole ass government dude out of here. Hell yeah. Can't really see what's happening with that. Take a look. Hell yeah, dude. And to be clear, I'm not like paid for this or like affiliated with the dev team in any way. So I'm not making or like selling the game. They just gave me a code and I'm promoting it a little bit. They let me play the playtest early. That is my connection with the devs. That's really hard to see. Oh, there it is. All right, Brad, we're kind of getting some of the shape together a little bit. I mean, to be honest, it's probably about as good as it's going to get, right, in terms of the shape. I don't know. The whole sword's kind of too long. I can't shrink it from this end. Which is that's a change I would love. I would love to be able to shrink it from this end. Because as it is, it's kind of too long. Like, this bit's too long. Because I can't do the... Because it's meant to hook backwards on itself, right? But I can't get it to do that. And that's how it's ended up too long. But if I try and shrink it down, all my stuff over here is going to shift. So, it's fine. Very thin, very thin. Let me turn up the polish again. Well, so let me unflatten this just a little bit. So we get a nicer edge there. Yeah, that's more like it. Yo, Brad, is there anything else you want me to try and do with this? I'm not sure what else to do, honestly. Quite an aggressive... I mean, I can do an aggressive fuller. I'm also wondering if I should bother with this narrow at all. Yeah. I'll keep it. Oops. Alright. Fuller rounded. I mean, that's a pretty fucking aggressive fuller it's giving me off the bat. Let's see what happens if I just drag that all the way along. Have it fade towards the edge. Have it fade in slightly. Didn't I just set this to 100? It's quite wide and then it gets thinner because the taper is like eating into it. I kind of like it though. I kind of like the way it gets thinner. Kind of lopsided. Yeah, imagine that. Kopeshas are cool. Yep, crazy. And if I make another one, would I make it thinner? Would it not let me do that? Would it not make me like put a little out dent? A little bump? A little bumpy boy? I wondered if it would maybe let me run a raised bump through the middle of this, thereby effectively splitting the fuller in two. Like a channel through the middle. But what I think I can do instead is I could make this bitch further off to the left and just make it a lot thinner. Right. I can come to this cross section. I can make it not quite as steep. To the left, to the left. And now I can come in here. I also think I don't want... Yeah. A nice rounded end. Like rather than just taper out, just have it. Stop. But then... Oh wait, there's more. Except it won't let me do that. They combine. So is this where a side fuller comes into it? Quack. Hello, Wowzer. Quack, quack. Why are we quacking? Hey, we've been making swords. Quack is hello usually. Okay, fair enough. Quack, quack. Right, I see how the side... 30 minutes till I'm home. Well, you're welcome to pee here. I could do it like that. So it's like an additional channel. Oh, but what if I... Because I can make them bumps if I do that. What if I... What if I make those divots that, like, run the length of it, but then have this one be raised? So this is, like, a very slight... You can see it all over here on the cross-section. It's, like, a very slight raise. But then I can grab this one. I can make these deeper. And like a little wider. I mean, I can't really make them a little wider. Like, so it's this little raise, but then it's got these trenches along the side of it. And then if I just run that all the way to the end with the other one, we get this cool, like, raised section all the way along the blade with these trenches down the side of it. Gun Corpesh? Oh, yeah. Alright. Brad, how are you enjoying your Fuller? Is this good? You like it? Alright. Turn that polish back. No, we'll leave polish till the end. Let's finish this sword. Brad, my love. My treasure, my darling. I'm gonna cycle through some guards. Tell me when you get one you like. We got the sellsword guard, the square cross guard, the Peterson type H. I mean, I can scale them down, Brad. I can scale them up and down at will. It just adds weight. So focus more on one you like the look of, and then we'll get it to a size you like it. But we've got the Peterson type H, Latius, Malchus, Zvi, Stuba, the centerpiece, which these centerpiece ones, flat and ridge, we can add bits to the side of if you want, like, arms for it. Or bumps. Oh, yeah. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for following, Raliku. Have a good time at work. I hope I'll see you again soon. Later, dude. Centerpiece ridge. Okay. Thanks, mate. Nay, brother. And do you want it at this size, Brad? How big we want it? How big we wanting it, Brad? Brad, how big we wanting it? Brad, I need to know how big we're wanting it. Apparently we can't have it any bigger than 77,000 grams. Which seems disappointing to me. Right now it is 77,860 grams. Alright, down we go. Who needs a sword? You can just hit someone with that fucker. By quite small, Brad, do you want it to be, like, quite snug to the blade, like this? Use the coin, make it a shield. Dude, you could. Alright, pretty much it. Do you want anything on the sides of it? You can add things like spikes. Little spikes, studs. You can add a little pyramid. You just wanted, like, capstones for it. You don't have to have capstones for it. Little dome. Honestly, I think it's good the way it is. Alright. Handles, boss. I cannot curve a handle before you ask. Because I know Corpesh's, a lot of them have some curved handles. Cannot do that. I can date Captain. Again, there's straight, basically there's like straight ones. There's ones that taper towards the pommel, like that one. There's ones that taper towards the hilt, like this one. There's some that taper quite hard. There's some that taper not very hard at all. There's one that twists. So tell me what I can do for you, baby girl, and I'll do it. Let me just add some. These two are risers. I tend to add one before the guard, but it might not be necessary for this sword, to be honest. Hard taper, I'd say. Towards the, like this, towards the pommel. That is the hardest taper I have, I think. I know, there's a slightly thicker version. Make your choice. Oh yeah, so it tapers inwards? Yes. Like this? Those are all mild tapers, though. And it's, you know, kind of level. Kind of a chunky one. And then a slimmer one. This is the slim one. Can do that. I'm also going to go ahead and just brass. You're probably going to want blue leather, so I'll put that there for now, but we can change it should we need to. Ooh, that looks a little odd. Let me see if I can scale this up just a bit to make it. There we go. That's about as snug as I can make it without making it look, like, poorly made. That's still very snug. Very, very snug. Alright. We're on to pommels, my boy. We got one of these. It will, of course, be brass. We've got this Oak Shot. Oak Shot Type J. There's this one, which I think for this sword has the potential to be pretty cool, because I think this is a really good sword to slot the lion medallion in for. I think that would be cool in a Khopesh. But that's just an option. There's this geometric, like, long gem one. There's this spade thing. There's this thing. We're putting the lion in. Alright, alright, alright. The lion goes in. We make them brass. I would also maybe add... I found this just adds... Like, this works a lot. Like, either a cap here. Like one of the katana caps. Or adding one of these... like, steel rings. But the steel ring you can see through. But I found that adding one of the katana caps just kind of... makes it... It makes it make more sense. Seems like we could put a ring... Yeah. No, we couldn't. That looks weird. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends how big you've scaled things. Oh, but I can just... That was a little bit off, though. If I do it that way, now it's too big this way. That's fine. Yeah, do you want the lion to be golden stuff as well? Or would you rather the lion was, like, you know, splash of steel? Black leather lion. Well, that's what I could do, though. I could do a riser here. Make that brass. That's a decent looking sword so far. Bronze outside. No. Unfortunately. For metals, I've got rough steel, brushed steel, polished brass, gold. Those are the only metals I have. I am sorry to say. There's like obsidian. There's ivory. Clay. Technically replace the grit with multiple rings. I suppose you could. You can also have wooden grips. That's cool. You could have a wooden housing, Brad, if you wanted it to. Like, but not that many metals. Unfortunately. Not yet. It could glow blue. Wooden housing. Okay. For woods, I have plain wood. Fine wood. Light wood. Dark wood. True. Is it the fine wood you're after? A very shiny lion. Top left wood. This one? This is the top left wood. The one before that is snakeskin. Dark wood. Okay. Wait, sorry. Do you mean this this wood or the one called dark wood? Okay. You could have this as well be a thing. A wooden handle. Also, Bunja just said something and gave me, like, a realization. So, like, if you wanted a kind of split handle, right, you could shrink this down. You could fucking put a ring. Shift click that. Shift click that. Actually, this. You could split the handle this way. Look at that. For like different materials or just... I mean, yeah, that one looks a little weird because it tapers, but you know what I mean? If you didn't want the taper... Oh, wait. Because you could do that. You could have one that tapers... The taper out like you wanted. Oh. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. You'd have one that tapered out. And then one that tapered in the other way. Like that. But that's too big. So you'd scale this down to like half, like one tile long. You'd put that in there. And you'd scale this down to like one tile long. And you'd put that in there. And then you'd get your cap back. And you'd make it all brass. And then do you want the blue leather wrap? Or do you want the wood to match your pommel? Wood. Okay, sick. I'm not so happy with the blade on this one, but there's not much more I could do. But I'm quite happy with the handle. Whereas there was some I loved the blade and was like, eh, with the handles, whatever. Oh, I think that needs... I think we need... I can't change the color of the blade. That's one of the unfortunate parts. That's something that will be coming later. What about that, Brad? That's the wrong thing. That should be one of these. Oh, no, because that's the wrong thing. That's a Kashira. It's meant to be a ring. Oh, no, wait, I used a Kashira deliberately. Okay, yeah. How much is the game going to cost? I don't know. And I don't know if the developers know. Because even the Steam page doesn't list the price. It just says to be announced. So I don't know how much the game is going to cost. That's information I actually haven't seen anywhere, unfortunately. They get thinner, not smaller. Is that alright? Like, they get shorter, but they don't actually get, like... Fuck it. Hell yeah. If you want them to kind of match that, I can do that, though. Oh, wait, no, I can't. That's a good-looking sword, though. Well, it's a good-looking handle. Alright. Oh, Pesh. Time. Do you want writing on it, Brad? Do you want your name on it or anything? You can also add the polish. That's looking a lot nicer now that it's got the polish. Yeah. I just did that. It's shiny now. I just didn't know if you wanted your name on it. Like some of them have had. Yeah, it does look... It's because it's so reflective at 100% polish, it's much easier to work with unpolished and then polish it at the end. Not the best, Kolpesh. This bit's like twice as long as it needs to be. Like this little bit right here could be half the length, but it's all right. Just a little big, just a little. But I can't make it shorter without breaking the whole thing at this point, because I would have to redo everything about this edge, and I don't want to. All right. Oh, just a little B. Now I see. How's that? Oh, that's cool, was it? Yeah. All right. Oh, swords. Well, that was 5 hours of making swords. I feel like I've learned a lot about making swords, to be honest. We did make quite a few. We'll pee my pants 100%. Please don't pee yourself, Wowzer. And please don't fall and hurt yourself. That'll make me very sad. Oh. Quite a selection. Oi, 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 oi. Them some swords. No, Wowza, no. All right. Woo. Methinks that's a stream. That one felt so long, but also not really that long. I don't know. That was weird. I felt like I was streaming for years, but also for like not really that long. You have to stream. No worries. And once again, I'm going to drop one of these. I'm going to drop one of... Did that not work? Why didn't that work? There it is. I'm going to drop one of these if you want to see more of the expanded gameplay. I'm going to do my little spiel one more time. Bladesong is a game that's coming out where you play a swordsmith in a city, serving customers and whatnot. You will just be making swords. So you don't make armor, you don't make axes, you don't make hammers, but you kind of could if you went into creative and pushed it. Again, people made a frog. Right? So you can do it. It's hard, but you can do it. You can do anything you want with the creative in this game if you're smart enough. And yeah, hang on, Bowser. I just called you Bowser again. Let me go back to here. This is a frog someone made with the tools I was just using. The weird metal shaping tools. It's kind of insanely impressive. Like, nuts impressive. Oh. And back to full cam. Yeah, so there is not currently a release date. I do not currently know the price. Hell yeah. This game is, they want you to use it for any creative purposes. So, like, if you want to use it for artistic purposes, you can. If you want to use it to make cards for tabletop RPGs, you can. If you want to use it as a reference to paint over the sword, you can. If you want to use it as a reference to forge the sword for real, you can. This is not a feature, but enough people have asked them that they are looking into adding an ability to export your swords as a 3D model to be 3D printed. So that you could just make a sword and print it out and have it. That's something they're looking into, but they have to look into like licensing and stuff like that. Like it's complicated, but they're looking into it. And yes, Bungie, this is from the devs. Use screenshots of the sword because the game has a screenshot mode. We didn't really use much, but use that to make an item card for a tabletop RPG. Literally for D&D games, yeah. It's like, oh, this is the magic sword. Because again, like, there's going to be more materials and stuff for the swords in later game versions. Because this is a fantasy setting. It's not about making historical swords, necessarily. Game's very cool. I like it a lot. I would like to once again thank Sun and Serpent and the Bladesong team for giving me this code to play the game early. I might stream it again before the playtest ends. The playtest, by the way, it will be live at a minimum from February 4th to February 11th. If certain goals are met, it might be available February 2nd. If that is the case, I will let people know in my stream on Friday. If it's available that day, I will let people know because I'm streaming Friday. So I'll be able to tell you because I'm in the servers. Yeah, thank you to David from the Bladesong team and Sun and Serpent for this code. It was genuinely an incredible opportunity to get to work with a dev this early in my streaming career, and a little bit of like a cool little like, you know, dream thing. It's like, oh, I'm working with game devs. Like, that's really sick to me. And I very much appreciate that I was allowed to work on this. So yes. I like Bladesong a lot. I am very much interested in learning more about how it works. Once you get a few basics down, it's kind of incredible what you are able to figure out. Like, I figured out that Urukai chopper really quick. Like, it takes a minute to get your head around it, but once you get your head around it, it's actually very intuitive and easy to use. I would recommend anyone that found this to be kind of interesting, go to the Steam page, request access to the playtest. You'll have a whole week to, you know, have a go at it, make some swords. Why not? It's free. Give it a go. You might find out you love it. Who knows? But yes. Thank you for everyone for watching. Thank you for the new people in chat that followed and were hanging out. I'll be back on Friday playing Dead by Daylight Survivor duos with I Am Bobby Joe in the chat. He'll be on microphone with me. We'll be playing. That'll be very cool. Probably going to yell and scream because a spooky killer is going to jump out and go, boo. So that'd be scary. Hope to see you all there. Thank you for watching. Peace. Love you. Bye.